Okay. Okay, so good morning again, everyone, and welcome to the inaugural AI Symposium here at Howard University. It's an honor indeed to have such a diverse and distinguished audience joining us virtually, from administrators to faculty and staff to those locally, nationally, and internationally visiting with us. Welcome, welcome. Today marks a significant step in our ongoing journey to explore and integrate artificial intelligence within the humanities and beyond within higher education. At Howard University, our mission indeed includes fostering an environment of intellectual rigor and social responsibility. This symposium indeed embodies that mission by addressing both the opportunities, the research, and the ethical challenges that AI presents in education and society. We aim to deepen our understanding of how AI can serve as a transformative tool while also ensuring that it aligns with values of equity, inclusivity, and high impact practices within teaching methods of instruction. Our goals today are ambitious yet vital: to encourage dialogue across disciplines, explore innovative ways to integrate AI into our curriculum, research, and build a collaborative network that positions Howard University as the leader in AI research and ethics. We believe that through thoughtful exploration, we can not only prepare our students, our esteemed faculty, and beyond for a future shaped by technology, but also to contribute meaningful insights to the global discourse on AI and the humanities and beyond. So I thank you all for joining us in this landmark event, and we look forward to the powerful exchanges and insights that today will bring. And now I would like to share with you really quickly a quick glance of our itinerary. So we will begin with special greetings by our prestigious administration. We're grateful to have with us today our dynamic provost, our dynamic dean, and our dynamic department chair, and so many of us. So we'll begin with that from 12 to 12:15 with greetings. Then we will have a special presentation by Dr. Kwali Zukeri. And then we will go into our individual panel presentations in this room. And that will go on from 12:30 to 1:30, a special roundtable by MLA and 4C's representatives on AI. Then our keynote address by award-winning author Dr. Sid Dobrin, author of AI and Writing, followed by more panel presentations, and then closing remarks. Okay, so we will go ahead and continue. So first, we are going to welcome our incredible provost, Dr. Anthony K. Wuto, who is the Provost and Chief Officer of Academic Affairs. So if you can, please give a round of applause for Dr. Anthony K. Wuto, Provost and Chief Officer of Academic Affairs. And if he's not here just yet, no worries. He should be coming momentarily. We can go right in. Let me go right into our dynamic department chair, Dr. Carol Boyce Davies. If we may, I'll go ahead and just start with our department chair, Dr. Carol Boyce Davies. And then after that, we'll go back to our dean and then our provost. Dr. Carol Boyce Davies, welcome. Thank you.
Is she muted?
Yes, I'm sorry, Dr. Boyce Davies. I believe that you're muted. Okay, I think we can't hear you, Dr. Boyce Davies. Hmm. Okay, we'll come back. I do apologize. Look like we're having a little technical difficulty there. If you can just send her a private chat, Professor Robinson, we're going to just go ahead to the dean and then we'll come back to her. So moving right along, and we'll come back to our dynamic chair, Dr. Boyce Davies. We're going to welcome now our phenomenal Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Ruben Patterson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Akasi. And good afternoon, everyone. Just want to thank Dr. Akasi and Dr. Boyce Davis and all of the faculty and, in fact, the entire department of the Department of English for putting on this program today on AI, but even more broadly on the professional development series. This is an incredible contribution. So thank you for that. Um, when it comes to artificial intelligence, rightly or wrongly, um, the English department is probably not the first department that comes to mind in the academy when one is thinking about that particular field. But this just speaks to the sort of innovation mindset of the faculty of the Department of English to be at the forefront of this critically important field. It also very much so aligns with the priorities of the College of Arts and Sciences. We have our strategic plan from 2020 to 2025. And AI, as we were putting this together back in 2019 and 2020, recognizing the importance of this, and we wanted the College of Arts and Sciences to also be at the forefront of this. So the priority with the English department is very much so is in alignment with what we're after here in the college. Artificial intelligence, of course, is going to dramatically impact, and that's putting it mildly, every aspect of the human experience. And the College of Arts and Sciences captures and reflects more of the human experience than any other school or college. So it's really is of paramount importance that the College of Arts and Sciences really leans into this particular field and be very supportive, which is why also we are providing sort of seed funding for faculty members to help them to get engaged in this area even more so. I looked through some of the course inventories, well, all the course inventories that I could find in the college, and didn't find sufficient artificial intelligence coverage there. And I didn't think we want to be sort of, educating our brilliant Howard students without more exposure in this particular field. So we're encouraging more, curriculum development in this area, and also more to pursue research opportunities that are available in abundance externally as well. And this also aligns with so the English department's emphasis on AI aligns squarely with the college priorities, with involving artificial intelligence, and that aligns also with the university's emphasis in this particular area as well. But I won't go into that. I don't want to steal the provost's thunder. I'll let the provost talk about artificial intelligence at the university level. But again, thanks again to the faculty for spearheading this activity, and I am your greatest supporter and helping you to be at the national forefront when it comes to artificial intelligence and English. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean Patterson. We greatly, greatly appreciate you and all that you do to support us with our initiatives and beyond. All right. Now we're going to hear from, and the provost will be joining us here in just a moment, but I want to turn it back to our department chair, Dr. Boyce Davies. And I think she may be back in now. And I know there was some technical um, issues going on with that. Let's see here. Professor Shante, I believe that Dr. Boyce Davies was trying to get back in. If you can
She's
let
in.
okay. So now I would like to turn it back to our department chair, Dr. Carol Boyce Davies. Is she muted or?
She's not muted. There's something wrong with her sound.
Okay. Okay. Is there any way that you can maybe private message her now, and then we'll just move on. We'll just go ahead and move on. Okay. All right. Let's hear now from Dr. David Green, if we may. Okay.
Hi, welcome everyone. As Dean Patterson noted, very excited for this symposium. Very excited to be a part of it. I think AI is going to have a significant impact in a number of different fields. And as was noted, we don't usually think about English studies and technology, but that is a subfield of English studies as well. And in particular, it's going to have significant effects, not just through ChatGPT and other kind of large language models, but through a variety of different artificial intelligence technologies, visual, audio, and so on and so forth, will have a significant impact on how we think about language, how language is used, how we begin to think about our invention processes with language, as well as what future versions of compositions will look like, whether they are purely multimodal or how we are able to kind of develop them for a variety of purposes beyond just the academic essay. So I think it's very important symposium today to kind of talk through the variety of risks and rewards that are associated with artificial intelligence, and thinking about the possibilities and the potential for these technologies and how we begin to change our views about language and expand our understanding of language and writing into other venues. So thank you, and thank you for the introduction, Dr. Kazi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Green, and thank you so much for making it possible for 4Cs and MLA representatives to be joining us today. We're very grateful for that and your leadership and orchestrating that. So thank you very much. And so now we're going to go ahead, let's see here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and okay, here we go. Okay, so I think we may have Provost Dr. Anthony K. Wutall. Has he joined us yet? Okay. Okay, no worries. Okay, so we'll continue. So moving right along, shouldn't be too much longer. Okay, so moving right along, I'd like to thank you all for coming. I am Dr. Monique Akasi. I am the director for first year writing here at Howard University. And we're hoping today, especially through our first year writing program, as well that for educators, AI's presence in classroom prompts an ongoing dialogue. Some are excited by AI's potential to personalize learning, streamline administrative tasks, and offer new resources for students. Um, Other raise, however, caution about the implications from the risk of techno racism and sexism to concerns and academic integrity and the preservation of students' authentic voices in their work. Beyond the classroom, AI stirs larger questions within higher education. Institutions must consider the ethical frameworks surrounding AI's usage, examining issues such as data privacy, equity, and fairness. So, in addition to that, the politics of AI permeate these discussions as we continue to grapple with adopting technology that aligns with our values while maintaining academic freedom and intellectual rigor. Okay. So, again, we thank you for being here with us, and we will continue. Okay. Okay, so now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Kwali Zukeri that will be presenting on AI at Howard University, adoption, governance, and pedagogy.
Thank you, Dr. Kasi. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to the English department and first year writing program. I'm excited to share and learn from you all today. I'm gonna definitely tune into the rest of the conference as much as possible. Um, so just to start with, yeah, my name is Dr. Kweli Zukeri. I've been at Howard University about 15 years. Started as a web developer and kind of got into our digital and strategic management of web properties in the Office of University Communications. And my current role as AVP of Web Innovation and Strategy, part of that role is to adopt or kind of help us lead adoption in the web space for utilizing AI and the power of AI and some of these other emerging technologies that are out there right now. A lot of things to consider in that, clearly. So that's my role right now, or part of my role. I'm also on the university's Presidential AI Council that started recently over the summer, that I'm sure some of you have heard about. So my role intersects with that as well, thinking about that broadly across the university. So today I'm just going to give some brief remarks about some of my thoughts and um, to start with, just like what kind of some things to consider when you think about an entire enterprise like a university, and then some specific thoughts around what's important when we engage students in classrooms. And I'm not going to tell you how to, I have a PhD in developmental psychology and it was focused on education, but I'm not an educator in the classroom, right? So I'm not going to tell you what's the best way in the classroom, but I do think that there are some principles to be applied to help to really engage students and see the opportunity in the moment with this kind of AI era or whatever you want to call it. So to begin with, just from a university perspective, thinking about how do you really approach this in the first place, right? There is, and I'm not gonna like name every single thing, but there are so many domains within a university, right? So we are a huge enterprise, just like any other huge enterprise. There's so many entities, there's so many moving parts, there's so many units, hierarchy, levels of management and everything. So there's just so much to consider when you think about all the domains of AI, right? Because it can really touch just about every process and protocol and anything done through a system, it can touch that as well, and it will touch that if it hasn't yet. Um, and so right now we are really in a space in our society where there's this huge, I mean, AI, it does have huge implications. It is a big deal. It's transformative. But we're also in a very early stage of this such massive adoption, especially of generative AI. So there's a lot of hype around it at the same time. So I think one of the general principles is like pay attention to what's happening, right? But don't necessarily think that just because it's AI that it's good, obviously, or that it should be adopted, or that we should rush to do it. Like pay attention to what's happening, have these conversations, and consider what it means for us in our specific context. So I think that's what's so great about what the first year writing program has done is they've really taken that on and not necessarily rushed into everything, but tried to address it in spaces like this. So that's awesome. Um, Obviously, there's a huge need for governance and direction from the university to help different units kind of come to the table to think about that. And so that's what the AI Council is for. So I'll just tell you a little bit about the AI Council. So right now we are a cross-departmental unit. I think it's about 16 of us, remaining small intentionally because, we can't, if it's a huge group, we can't get as much done. And we have four pillars. So number one is ethics, equity, and societal impact. Number two is research and innovation. Number three is education and skill development. And number four is operational efficiency. And these were the four pillars that our provost Wutaw, Dr. Wutaw came organized for us based on talks with different departments and different people, as well as President Ben Vincent in organizing this council. And so we have three subcommittees right now. So one is strategy and governance, which I'm on that subcommittee. The other one is infrastructure and partnerships. And the third one is capacity and expertise. So with strategy and governance, we're thinking through what kind of policy structure we need. Maybe we have one AI policy, maybe we need to update multiple policies based on the changing environment, and those two need to be talking to each other, the greater policy and other sub policies or other policies that touch other things, but that now have new implications because of AI. Infrastructure and partnerships is looking at how we build our capacity in terms of resources. Like there are certain strategic partnerships we can engage in that we have in the past to strengthen our technology space. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for that, but thinking through how we can leverage those partnerships to build more infrastructure that supports both what we're able to do with AI, but also able to build with AI and improve this technology generally. And then capacity and expertise, that's upskilling all of our current faculty staff. And that also touches pedagogy and how we're like engaging with our educators and helping them be equipped to do this. So those are our three subcommittees. And obviously those have there's a lot of overlapping work to be done, supporting each other in those subcommittees. So in those three subcommittees, we're also adding about 10 people from across the university to the work of those subcommittees. So if you know anyone that's interested or that you think you would recommend to be on one of them, please let me know and we can put them on the list. But obviously, like this small committee on its own or council on its own is going to need more help than just who's on the council. So we're building out these subcommittees. So if you're interested, please let me know. Um, so what I want to offer is when you think about such a large enterprise, and the diversity of what AI can do and is doing, there's not one size fits all at all, right? I think what the university, what we need to do is have an overarching kind of policy and strategy that we can socialize to our entire enterprise and also get feedback from people to help formulate that. But then from there, we need to definitely be flexible and give room to different units and different divisions to have their own guidance and policy based on the overarching one, right? So there was a McKinsey study a couple of months ago that came out that looked at large scale enterprises, not universities specifically, but what they found I think is so telling because they looked at right now a lot of AI is being done at an individual level in terms of using AI tools because institutions haven't caught up to like being able to advise on how best to do it. So individuals are using it, they're becoming more productive. That's helping them at an individual level. But because a lot of enterprises haven't yet really fully integrated them into their workflows and provided specific guidance, a lot of the productivity at the enterprise levels is not being captured, right? And when I say productivity, we live in a capitalist society, right? Um, I think we need to think of it as we're increasing productivity, meaning we have more leisure time and we're able to get more done even in the smaller amount of time that we have to work. I don't think that we need to be careful not to start to cut jobs because we think who we do have is more productive or um, fall into the trap of thinking that, well, we're more productive, we need to work even more. I think these tools should be improving our lives and helping us free more time to do more of the work that is more the intellectual work, not just the mundane task. That's what it should be saving us from. So the work itself and the policies, the guidance needs to be done at the unit level. So in this case, that reminded me of the English department and what you all are doing with the first year writing program, right? You are looking at specifically what your area needs to do or what your guidance is, but that should come from the university also providing an overarching kind of presence and overarching policy around that. So that's, I think, where we are, and that's where we should be. The council is very much still in its early stages, so I'm hoping we can get a lot of work done before the end of the semester and into the spring. But yeah, there's so much work to do. So some other things just to be, I think, to kind of.
I'm sorry, just for a second, Dr. Zuccheri, because the provost has another meeting. If you wouldn't mind pausing for just a second so that we can welcome Provost Wuta. Uh, if everyone could please give a round of applause, and then we will go back. Thank you so much, Provost Wuta, for joining us, and we apologize for those technical issues.
Sure. Good morning and actually good afternoon now. And my apologies, Dr. Zucqueri, for interrupting your presentation. But just thank everyone for joining and thank for organizing this key program. You know, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence now, but it's not a new thing, but rarely came to the forefront of our society and culture when OpenAI announced ChatGPT. And there were really one of two responses in the academic community. One, we got to shut it down because students will cheat. And the second was, this may be a great opportunity for us to look at this as a tool and as a technology, both for faculty. Certainly the university wants to make sure that we are at the forefront. Jensen, we've formed an AI council and have created a number of subcommittees and really want to look at how we can position Howard as a leader in the ethical use of artificial intelligence, both internally, ways that we can improve our internal processes, and also ways that we can continue to lead in terms of the development of the technology, research, and how artificial intelligence can be used ethically and appropriately in a wide range of areas. So I want to thank the team and thank Dr. Akasi and the Department of English and other departments that have really collaborated and look forward to the things that will come out of both your work and what we're doing more broadly at the university. So I apologize for joining late with the technical difficulties, but certainly wanted to express my support and the support of the entire administration.
Thank you so much. If everyone can give a round of applause to our dynamic Provost Wuta. Thank you so much, Provost Wuta, for supporting us and for your leadership and vision. Thank you. Okay, and now we are going to, I'd like to turn it back to Dr. Khalid now, if we may, and thank you again.
Sure, no worries. And no, that was a great point. I can follow up on what he was saying about us improving the technology, right? And playing a hand in making sure it's working for us as people of African descent specifically, and not really just increasing the oppression and the racism that we experience from systems across this society, because that's what it's doing essentially in many ways right now. So I want to speak to just a bit about, like, I think the role of an HBCU in this space is really important. Um, there's something that Manny Marable coined as the Black intellectual tradition that really is alive and thriving at HBCUs, where we have scholars who not only want to develop new knowledge and research, not just to advance their careers and create new knowledge for knowledge sakes, but because we want to apply it to improve our situation as a people, right? And that is the Black intellectual tradition of being a scholar and an activist. How do I use this right now? How is this applicable to our lives right now? So I think we need to, so this is a perfect environment for that. The only thing we usually lack at HBCUs, we have the inherent motivation and interest, but it's resources, right? So I think part of our council's efforts is going to be to find those resources and to get funding to the researchers that we have that are going to do great work and are doing great work already around this. And I think too, we have to consider how are we transforming society through this technology. So another, literary tradition is the Black radical tradition. So not just how are we making sure that we're also benefiting from a technology, but we are radically changing, using it to change society to be more equitable and fair and just. Um, so we really have to think about it at that level when we think about contributing. So I think we have a lot of great researchers, obviously in computer science doing work, but I would encourage all of you who are in the language field and in English field to also like this is very relevant because generative AI is going to impact how people put together language, right? So you all need to be at the forefront of figuring out and making sure that those problems are caught and solved for. So I recently did a podcast. We have a podcast at Howard called HU to You. I did a mini series on called the Gen AI Revolution, and it looked at how Gen AI is impacting the globe, but specifically African Americans, and specifically through a Howard lens. So Dr. Green was on the one of the people that I interviewed that was featured in the podcast. If you want to check it out, you can find it at howard.edu/podcast, and you can find there's 3 episodes called the Gen AI Revolution. That's the mini series. And so I'm not going to go into depth on what shared in that podcast, but Dr. Green was on the podcast, talked about his work in forming the writing group, um, the first year writing programs, AI working group, and also about his work in the Elevating Black Voices project with Gloria Washington from our computer science department. So I think that's a very emblematic project, kind of showing what I'm talking about, right? They had a partnership with Google, and they because of text to speech technologies, don't account for African American vernacular English. So it's a problem for people of African descent highly. And so this project was looking at creating or collecting African American vernacular English from around the country so that we can improve those technologies to be for better for us. So I mean, I think that's a great project and a great example of how it's a cross interdisciplinary effort. In that podcast, we also talked to Dr. Amy Kwarkume and Dr. Lagan Burge and looking at their work as well. So again, I don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm not going to talk about that specifically, but please check it out because we do have some scholars doing great work around this. So I want to transition quick, and I'm not going to take too much more time here, but I want to just, I guess, give a suggestion for any educators as I see it that with this emergent technology coming on, it is an opportunity, but there also is a risk, right? So I think when you think about students using it to support their academic work, the opportunity is to increase the development of critical consciousness. But there's also a huge risk of detriment to cognitive development as it relates to academia. Now, what do I mean by that? So critical consciousness is not just critical thought, but it's something I'm sure a lot of you are aware of. It's something that for oppressed communities, when we have a socio-historical context within which to place current events, like we have an understanding of how society was formed and shaped, and we understand the oppressions that are acting on us, we are more empowered to move about the world with power, essentially, and to make informed decisions and feel that we have a sense of agency and therefore take action to empower ourselves. And that could not just be activism, but that could also be starting a business or improving this kind of technology for us, right? So studies show that having a critical consciousness really empowers Black youth. It even supports academic outcomes. So knowing that these tools are already being used by our students, K through 12, and even, of course, in university level, like it's gonna happen. It's gonna be used. It's there. It's here to stay. So whether or not you like it, it's here to stay, right? So it's an opportunity though to educate students on how best to use it and when not to use it at your own detriment. Like have those conversations in the classroom and be transparent, I think is really important. So for example, if you're going to write a paper, maybe you should write your paper yourself, right? Maybe you shouldn't ask ChatGPT to do it, but you could ask ChatGPT to do things to help improve the paper or tell it, let's look at it from this perspective. Or, it should be a personal assistant that helps with stuff that is like a more mundane or put together maybe your citation list in APA format because that's just it doesn't help you to put it together. Like the personal assistant can do it. But to not think of it as your professor, don't rely on it to teach you or to substitute the work that you can do. Because if you do that, how are you going to learn to be a good writer? Right? So that doesn't mean that all students are going to listen, but they might like this is a formative time for this technology and a formative time for how we are thinking about using it. So if we have these conversations in classrooms in a very transparent way, it's the time to do it. And again, some students will still use it in proper ways, but you can't stop that, but you can't stop the technology from being there. So I want to cite one study that really it's a scholar named Tierra Tanksley. And if you Google her name, you can find this study. She had a study, published an article called "We're Changing the System with This One: Black Students Using Critical Race Algorithmic Literacies to Subvert and Survive AI-Mediated Racism in School." And essentially, she had 40 Black high school students that she worked with and had a 6-week course that she taught them the underlying principles and technology around AI and talked about the anti-Blackness as an organizing logic in creating these technologies. And we could go really deep into like why bias is so embedded, but I'm sure you all have read about that and heard about that. So let's assume we all know that. But she is talking about something not just playing on critical race theory, but it's called critical race algorithmic literacy. So basically, when you teach these Black students about why it's biased, how these systems are built, you kind of demystify, first of all, this notion of AI being this intelligent being as opposed to just a computer system. But it also it really created for them a chance to spark this critical consciousness, right? So she did interviews with them and found that it increased their socio-technical consciousness, resistance, and freedom dreaming. And basically, it increased their critical awareness of AI in general. And they understood the anti-Blackness that's inherent to it. And a lot of them decided that they were actually going to do projects to address those issues in the technology, meaning they could have a chance at helping this, right? Not everyone needs to be a technologist, but we're giving a chance to more people to be a technologist and to basically understand the systems they're using, um, so that they are empowering themselves through them and not being disempowered by them. Of course, you have to be very cautious in using AI tools in the classroom. She cites one study that shows that there was some kind of test taking technology that was implemented, that they were using facial recognition technology to make sure people weren't cheating. But of course, that that uh that over criminalized Black students in the classroom because it it of course identified Black students they were much more likely to be identified as cheating than any other student. So you have to know when to say no to this technology too, of course. So I would just that's my final note, is just have open and transparent conversations with students, educate yourself about the underlying bias and why it's biased, and have those conversations with the students so that they understand what they're using and how to not be used by this technology, but use it for their own empowerment. Um, and again, create more people that can improve the technology that could be computer scientists and otherwise. So I hope that's valuable on some level. So thank you again for listening.
Excellent. Everyone, please give a round of applause to Dr. Zucari again. Thank you. That was outstanding. And I'm so glad that Dr. Pierce highly recommended you and Dr. Green highly recommended you. We greatly appreciate all that you have presented to us and the recommendations for the readings as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Zucari.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for your flexibility, but you and the provost are like, we're in conversation with each other. So it was almost like a dual presentation. Good stuff. All right. Okay, moving right along. Before I start the my presentation, I know again we've been having some technical difficulties. I see that our dynamic department chair, Dr. Carol Boyce Davies, is back with us. I want to make sure that I give her an opportunity to send greetings. Without her, this would not have been possible. Dr. Carol Boyce Davies, are you able to hear us? Okay, Dr. Carol Boyce Davis, can you hear us? I see that you're muted, or you're not muted, but we still can't hear you. Oh my gosh. Maybe you can try it from your phone or from another outlet. Just once you get in, just let us know maybe from another device, and I'm presenting, but I don't care. Just immediately unmute and say, Akasi is, I'm ready to take over now. So we'll be patient. I'm gonna go ahead and present, and then once you're on another platform, just unmute and just go right into it. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move now into our next presentation. If you have your program booklet, you can follow us along with it. So I am going to go ahead and start our first panel, case studies in AI. And we will have with us Professor Susan Mockler will be chairing this particular panel. Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Glad you're all here and very glad for this opportunity to talk about some of our case studies. Dr. Akasi is going to be going first with her case study on AI and equity, and then the other three panel members are all members of the AI task force, that working group that had been mentioned. And we're going to be providing some just some of the case studies we have experimented with in our own classrooms. And as we've been exploring how to use AI, generative AI in writing. So this panel sort of segues neatly into the earlier presentations, which were talking at a higher level with the administrative issues, issues and sort of the progress through the university as a whole. And now we are focused more on the first year writing program and the case studies within the classroom. So, and each of us we have about 10 minutes each for each of us. And then if you do have questions, if you would please put them in the chat, and will answer them at the end of all of the presentations, or we'll have time for some questions then. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And it sounds like our department chair, Dr. Boyce Davis, is back on with us. So I want to allot time to her. Dr. Boyce Davis, can you hear us? Okay, no worries. Okay, we're going to go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. This is ridiculous. It feels like I'm in another country and I'm in my office. I'm hearing it on two ways now. Okay, I just want to it's an easy task now because everything has been said, but I want to thank this amazing project for going forward as it has. And I was quite pleased to see the combination of first year writing and a task force that was already doing the work that the university wants to really go forward with. And I really compliment us for really having that foresight to do this. So AI task force members, and I think really important to call them out so that they acknowledge Adrian Carthorne, Cyrus Hampton, David Green, Robin Solkowski, Erin Torbett, Travis Sharp, Bruce Miller, Shanti Robinson, Susan Mockler, Sean Pears, and looking forward to the keynote by Sid Dobrin, who I'm really pleased to welcome to Howard University for this event. I am really, my focus is really the ways in which we can build new models, models looking at what it takes to get things done, how we build progressive and creative communities, how we create new paradigms in advanced knowledge, love and mutual respect, collegiality and care, often the reason we choose to work at a university with this history and contribution to excellence, right? So how do we achieve our charge to produce and deliver new and equipped generations? Really being on top of all of the AI activities and histories and new developments is really a central part of that. So I see Howard is really taking leadership there to really ensure that we are positioned well to make those kinds of advances. Howard, in my view, is always at the forefront, and what we do and how we respect our students and teach them how we deliver the next generation for me is paramount. And AI is where they are and where we are as well as we take it further. So I see us still living and advancing the dreams of our ancestors, this time using technologies to do that. So I thank you for all this work. And I thank Dr. Cassie for her leadership and her active work in working with first year writing to make it be so current and so advanced in terms of how we reach our students and how we have mutual respect for faculty's work and students' activities as they learn. So I will stop there. I know we entered kind of late, but I want to make sure I said something to acknowledge that we totally in sync as far as advancing these projects, and whatever work it needs to get it further along, we will definitely do that. And you have my full support as we move forward. And I'm looking forward to listening to the presentations. I've noticed some presentations linking AI to critical thinking, to what the limitations are, and what are the kinds of ways we can have our current engagements with knowledge be part of this process. So again, thank you, and thank you for your patience too. I'm using the computer of the program admin assistant, Shakita McNeil. I thank her for bringing her laptop in quickly to make sure I could get online. And I have no idea why the internet jumbies have worked like that this morning to affect the ability to join in as I intended earlier. Thank you so much again for your patience and for waiting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boyce Davies. If we can please give our dynamic department chair a round of applause. You're not alone, but we are persistent and we are making sure that the symposium moves forward. So
sure.
Glad that you were able to get
that.
And
definitely thank Ms. McNeil when you see her, because she ran and I went to the office quickly and she brought her laptop. She said, let me try with my laptop.
Yes.
So I'm looking at talking through her voice right now.
Yes, thank you,
Ms. McNeil.
And thank you, Ms. Douglas. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate all that you all have done to make this possible. All right, so we're going to move ahead. So a case study on AI and equity, navigating bias and inclusivity in higher education. This presentation, and I'll move through it really quickly, has been inspired. Recently, I did postdoc studies and a certificate in AI and education from the University of British Columbia, and currently working on, which is coming out in March through Routledge, an AI book that's dealing with issues within education, but not just issues, but solutions. And Dr. Green and I are working on a separate piece as well, an anthology through Cambridge with AI, from Students' Voices Matter and so forth. So there's a lot of exciting things going on. So to begin, I like to dive right in and share, as we know, that AI is rapidly transforming the landscape of higher education, introducing new opportunities for personalized learning, data-driven decision-making, and institutional efficiency. However, as AI becomes more prevalent, its potential to perpetuate systemic inequities and biases has raised significant concerns. These biases have often rooted in the data that AI systems rely on, questioning who is actually putting in the data, who is actually in control of these algorithms. All of this can disproportionately impact marginalized communities, exacerbating existing educational disparities. So this presentation will explore the intersection of AI, bias, and equity in higher education, focusing on how AI can either hinder or advance inclusivity, and what steps can be taken to ensure that AI benefits all students, particularly those from historically marginalized backgrounds. AI systems at their core are designed to make decisions based on patterns and data. However, the data used to train these systems often reflect existing society biases, especially through a Eurocentric gaze. When biased data is used, AI systems can reproduce and even amplify those biases, leading to outcomes that disproportionately are at a disadvantage, particularly for people of color. For example, AI-driven algorithms used in college admissions, for instance, has been very controversial, and scholarship decisions have been shown to favor students from more affluent backgrounds while discriminating against those from underrepresented communities based on a student's name, based on the zip code that they come from. According to Calvin Lawrence, and he was our keynote speaker this past April for our inaugural AI conference with students, in his book, Hidden in White Sight, How AI Empowers and Deepens Systemic Racism, and he sits at the VP level with IBM. So this book was very controversial when he came out and blew the whistle, if you will. So he highlights this issue, quote, if you train your machine learning algorithm on biased data, it will tend to perpetuate that bias, end of quote. So in the context of higher education, this means that students from racial and ethnic minorities, low-income families, and other marginalized groups may be systemically at a disadvantage by AI systems used to make high-stakes decisions such as admissions, financial aid, and even grading in regards to a case study that we'll look at here in just a moment. So one particular concerning area within this is the usage of the AI in admissions as mentioned. So with that, if we're going off of test scores, but now names and off of zip codes, this indeed can question the techno-systemic racism that's behind it, the techno-classism that's behind it as well. In a study conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research, researchers found that AI-driven admission systems tended to favor students from high-income zip codes, as these students were more likely to have attended well-funded schools with better academic support, according to Chaplin in 2021. So this bias mirrors the systemic discrimination that has existed in the education system for decades and decades, making it even more critical to scrutinize the implementation of AI in these processes. So while AI poses risk of perpetuating bias, it also holds potential as a tool for promoting inclusivity at the same time. So when designed and implemented thoughtfully, AI can help level the playing field for students from underrepresented backgrounds once they are admitted into universities and or colleges, especially first gen. Some of them are not familiar with the academic discourse. So in some ways, things such platforms such as what Dr. Zakari was saying, ChatGPT can serve as a gateway for less privileged students to use ChatGPT, not as a way, as Zakari said, to write the paper, but let's look at it. What if it's a way to help generate ideas, almost like an outline? The ChatGPT is going to give you a skeleton, the top surface, but it's up to the student to add to it. I actually had a case study where I had students, I said, we're going to cheat on the next paper. You're going to have ChatGPT write your paper on Black Lives Matter or say her name. And they said, what? And I said, oh, you didn't know Dr. Kelsey knew about that, huh? And they started chuckling. I said, go ahead and let them write it. They had ChatGPT write these topics and they reported back. And the majority said, oh, this is not good at all. It's repetitive. Where are the citations? It keeps repeating itself over and over again. And so it was interesting for students to witness that themselves. In addition, Then I told them, because we started talking about the techno racism and the visual rhetoric and the dangers of that within AI. I told them, go to Google image, type in smart woman, type in bad man, type in college student. What images are you coming up with? They were flabbergasted. Anything is affiliated with positive, there was usually a white person. If you entered in, just typed in woman, it was this provocative woman, a pretty girl, provocative. So we're dealing with a lot of techno sexism and techno racism within AI. According to Dr. Joy Buolamwini, a leading voice on the ethical implications of AI, emphasizes the importance of diverse data sets in her book, Unmasking AI, My Mission to Protect What is Human in a World of Machines. She quotes, AI can help democratize education, but only if we are vigilant in ensuring that the data it learns from reflects the diversity of our students. End of quote. So as you can see here, AI is depending on us. Whatever we put out there into the data, this becomes the algorithm, and AI depends on us. So if we don't have a diverse table of people from different various backgrounds at the table, we're going to continue to see AI data being produced through a white male Eurocentric gaze. And so with this being said, I also, for the sake of time, I'm just going to move right ahead. The use of AI, also, when we think about it and the biases and the techno racism and so forth, historically, and I talk about this in one of my chapters in the forthcoming book, we also think about separate but equal, right? This doctrines governs segregated schooling prior to the infamous Brown versus Board of Education. So while the landmark case ended legal segregation, educational inequities persisted. And likewise, AI systems today risk continuing that legacy in a new form. So Calvin Lawrence's Hidden in White Sight also draws parallels between historical segregation and modern AI practices. He says the continued reliance on demographic information to make AI biased
It's
decisions
supposed to be.
mirrors the discriminatory practices seen in earlier education systems, and it perpetuates a cycle of exclusion for underrepresented communities. So I'm going to just jump down really quickly to the conclusion, but a lot of this will be included in the forthcoming work that's coming out in March. So as AI continues to shape the future of higher education, it is imperative that institutions take deliberate steps to ensure that these technologies are used in ways that promote equity and inclusivity. AI has the potential to either exacerbate existing disparities or serve as a tool for creating a more just and inclusive educational system. The direction it takes depends on the choices that we make today. Educators, administrators, and developers must collaborate together to design AI systems that are more transparent, fair, and inclusive. This means prioritizing the needs of marginalized students, ensuring that AI-driven decisions are based on diverse and representative data, and hold institutions accountable for the ethical use of AI. Buolamwini, in the words of her, she says, and I quote, "We must see AI not as an inevitable tool of discrimination, but as an opportunity to reimagine our educational systems in ways that prioritize fairness, equity, and justice for all students." End of quote. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Akasi, and everyone give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. So we have about 30 minutes left in this session, and we have the three panel presentations, of which were actual case studies within the classroom from our AI task force. So first up is Shantae Robinson.
Okay. All right. Well, something's going on here with my computer, but can y'all see my screen? Okay, good. That's all that matters. Okay, so my talk today will be generating prompts using AI to cultivate critical thinking. Hold on one second. Oh, 2 seconds. I'm so sorry. We are having a lot of technical difficulties today. Okay.
What?
Generative AI is an internet access. What's that?
I was going to
Susan?
ask if you wanted to, if you're having technical difficulties, if you wanted us to come back to you.
No, I'll just go on because it's just gonna happen. Okay, so let me start over. Generative AI is now accessible to anyone with a computer and internet access. It allows for discourse and rhetoric to be generated quickly with the input of a prompt into its system. While generative AI allows for us to generate writing within seconds, it could not be possible without human intervention. There needs to be source material for it to refer to, and there needs to be a prompt for it to respond to. And though human intervention lies central to its power, we are still all quite concerned about what the use of generative AI will do for our pedagogy in the first year writing classroom. As professors of first year writing, we are on the front lines of the conversations concerning the usefulness of generative AI. Just as other technologies have changed the face of writing classrooms, generative AI is bound to make a mark on the first year writing classroom. As a professor of first year writing, when I discovered generative AI, I was worried about what it means for writing. What we know is writing may change, but I wanted to be on top of this change, so I allowed my students to use ChatGPT for an assignment to see the results of their interaction with this new technology. What I found surprised me. Although there were students who you could tell were excited about never having to write another paper, most of the students criticized ChatGPT for not being as thorough as they would have been with writing the essay. During the fall of 2023, I assigned my English 104 course an assignment using ChatGPT. I feel the assignment that I gave the students was rigorous, and it allowed them to think critically while using ChatGPT. Okay. So we're not going to use slides today. We're just going to go on without them. Sorry about that. I offered it as a low-stake homework assignment. I asked the students to read 2 essays, Literacy Behind Bars by Malcolm X and Writing for Their Lives, The Non-School Literacy of California's Urban African-American Youth by Jabari Mahiri and Soraya Sablo. They were then to develop a prompt by thinking critically about the 2 essays for the purposes of brainstorming. The prompt was also supposed to compare the 2 readings. Once they created the prompt, they were to input it into ChatGPT and view the results. They turned in a 500-word response from ChatGPT, and along with a 150-word reflection. I wanted to see if they could write a prompt that would produce a compelling essay, because in the next step of the assignment, they would have to respond to their own prompts. Then they wrote a 500-word essay using the prompt they used for ChatGPT. Prompt engineering is the practice of designing inputs for AI tools that will produce optimal outputs. McKinsey & Company says, getting good prompt outputs isn't rocket science, but it can take patience and iteration. Just like when you're asking a human for something, providing specific, clear instructions with examples is more likely to result in good outputs than vague ones. IBM states, generative artificial intelligence systems are designed to generate specific outputs based on the quality of provided prompts. Prompt engineering helps generative AI models better comprehend and respond to a wide range of queries, from the simple to the highly technical. They go on to say, large technology organizations are hiring prompt engineers to develop new creative content, answer complex questions, and improve machine translations and NLP tasks. Skills prompts engineers should have include familiarity with large language models, strong communication skills, the ability to explain technical concepts, programming expertise, and a firm grasp on data structures and algorithms. Creativity and realistic assessment of the benefits and the risk of new technologies are also valuable in this role. Prompt engineers need to have a good command of vocabulary, nuance, and phrasing. Prompt engineers need to be able to convey context, instructions, and content in AI models. Prompt engineers need to be strategic in crafting inputs to elicit the desired responses, and prompt engineers need to think critically to design prompts and analyze information critically. So I had students develop their own prompts, and here are some examples of what they developed. In 500 words, explain how essays Literacy Behind Bars by Malcolm X and Writing for Their Lives, the Non-School Literacy of California's Urban African American Youth by Jabari Mahiri and Soraya Sablo comment on the environment and background of an individual is integral to one's personal development. The second one was the difference between needing to learn how to read and write and wanting to learn how to read and write using examples from Literacy Behind Bars by Malcolm X and Writing for Their Lives, the Non-School Literacy of California's Urban African American Youth by Jabari Mahiri and Soraya Sablo. And the third one was describe the effectiveness of the American education system in Literacy Behind Bars by Malcolm X and Writing for Their Lives, the Non-School Literacy of California's Urban African American Youth by Jabari Mahiri and Soraya Sablo. So I also asked them to, once they input this into the ChatGPT and they got the response from ChatGPT, I asked them to write a reflection. This assignment also asked them to write a 150-word reflection or more on the output that ChatGPT created. Reflection is used in education to have students think about their experiences and how their experiences can impact future decision-making. Reflection leads to critical analysis that surpasses superficial glances at writing experiences. Using reflection in my English 104 course weekly, the students were familiar with this exercise. In Naming What We Know, Threshold Concepts of Writing Studies, a book edited by Linda Adler-Kastner and Elizabeth Wardle, there is a chapter titled, Writing is Also Always a Cognitive Activity. This section suggests that through reflection, writers recall writing experiences to reframe their current writing situation. So cognition is the mental action of or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and the senses. Metacognition is an awareness and understanding of one's own thought processes. Kara Tazak writes, the combination of cognition and metacognition accessed through reflection helps writers begin assessing themselves as writers, recognizing and building on their prior knowledge about writing. In Howard Tinberg's section of the chapter, he writes, the cognition proves that to us what we know, and metacognition proves to us that we know. He goes on to say, we also want our students to demonstrate consciousness of process that will enable them to reproduce success. He says that cognition, while essential to thoughtful performance, cannot guarantee success, given the challenges of writing across disciplines for varied audiences and in diverse genres. It must be accompanied by metacognition. Some students were impressed with the responses of ChatGPT, but still thought that the response could have been more in depth. Other students were surprised because ChatGPT wrote a very thorough response, meaning they developed a good prompt. They found writing the prompt to be challenging. The lack of citations in ChatGPT also proved to be a challenge. They saw it as a great brainstorming tool. They revised their prompts to get the best results. They also found that they had to give ChatGPT follow-up prompts to get it to do what they wanted to do. One student noticed that ChatGPT response lacked emotional depth and nuanced human experiences that enrich argument essays. Another student noticed that ChatGPT generally writes summaries of the readings and that it lacks analysis and evidence. Though I think my assignment was successful in getting students to see that ChatGPT cannot replicate human effort when writing, I did not replicate the assignment this semester because it was a low-stakes assignment that was pretty challenging. The students were able to see where ChatGPT was lacking, and they were able to compare their essays to the results ChatGPT produced and think about how the writing compared to AI. Though ChatGPT was used for brainstorming in this case, I think prompt engineering will be a form of critical thinking that will be used alongside traditional brainstorming like mind mapping, cubing, answering journalistic questions about the topic. The introduction of generative AI in the classroom is going to require creativity on professors' part. We are going to have to figure out how to to get students to think critically while they have access to LLMs like ChatGPT that can essentially write the papers for them. I think prompt engineering could engage students in critical thinking, and reflection could reinforce what they are learning about writing in the course. But we should keep in mind that generative AI wouldn't be anything without human invention and intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Robinson. Very good. So I'm going to move right along here since we're kind of tight on time. And Dr. Travis Sharp is up next.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Going to share my screen. Can everyone see the slides here? Yeah, okay. So my talk is Understanding Limitations and Staging Ethical Critiques, Generative AI Lesson Plans in the Writing Classroom. There is plenty to be said about the promises and perils of AI in the writing classroom, its potential as a plagiarism machine, as an apparatus of white supremacy, silencing our students' voices by replicating patterns of white-centric speech and mirrors of dominant discourse, a threat to student development of critical thinking by replacing the vital heuristic of thinking that we call the essay. That's all true and impossible to ignore. We ignore it and we embrace AI uncritically at our own peril. But I do still feel that teaching about AI in the writing classroom, rather than hiding from it and pretending it isn't real, represents the best opportunity that we have to have those vital conversations with our students about those perils that AI can represent and how they should understand or approach AI intentionally and with self-respect. That is all to say, while my talk will end with case studies of lesson plans, that's not where it begins. It begins with a talk about understanding AI from a writing studies perspective, focusing on its function and its limitations for writers. A key feature of this new wave of text-based AI is that they operate probabilistically. They generate text in response to prompts based on the most probable output, which is in turn determined via algorithmic analysis of massive troves of source texts. ChatGPT, for example, analyzes these source texts, identifying patterns, tendencies, and commonalities. A deeply complex sorting machine, generative AI classifies, categorizes, and identifies. The rhetorician Carolyn Miller has an essay, Genre as Social Action, that I find particularly revelatory here. Miller defines a genre as, quote, a convention of discourse that society establishes as ways of acting together. Members of society act together through discourse communities and through established patterns of discourse common to those communities. And these patterns are, to metaphorize from evolutionary biology, non-agentially and non-deterministically evolved over time. In other words, a genre is a pattern of communication established over centuries of accumulated discourse that can be analyzed and replicated. And this is how writing classes have long operated, right? Through the intensive study via close reading and textual analysis of the historical and contemporary forms of discourse that result in the texts we read, in which we then task our students with both replicating and also innovating upon. The source of so much anxiety in writing studies is that this is the very thing that ChatGPT does, at least that first part. For example, drawing on the many cover letters or book reviews accessible in its training database, ChatGPT can produce a serviceable enough version of these with sufficiently skillful prompting, that is. But what it cannot do is, right, advance a genre. Its analysis and replication model allows ChatGPT to replicate a document within a genre, but it can't innovate. It doesn't make advances on what the genre is or can be. It doesn't blend genres together to create a new genre. It doesn't move the genre forward in any sort of textual or cultural evolutionary step. Language gets stuck in time at the moment of its cultural and historical progress, approaching the moment of the end point of the data set. Furthermore, it generates a mirror of the most mainstream iterations of genres. In other words, not only can it not innovate, but it reduces to the most common denominator of genre, that being mainstream dominant discourse, that being standardized English and the dictates of white-centric linguistic and cultural production. Understanding this fundamental limitation of Gen AI is then instructive when we turn to the question of how we approach AI in the writing classroom, right? How that large scale utility is limited, if not negligible, if not further self-destructive to the very thing we attempt to produce with it. To generate an essay with ChatGPT is to participate in the sedimentation of the essay in its current form, the death knell of textual evolution. But where it fails, if not threatens its own object of creation in the large scale, it does have utility, as many others have pointed out and will continue to point out in the granular activities that we participate in on the way to creating a full document. And that contrast between large scale interventions as danger and small scale interventions as potential is, I think, where a lot of our work currently lies. So my task now is to turn to some lesson plans based on the time, maybe just one lesson plan from this past semester to think about how I and my students in lesson plans have staged encounters with the large scale limitations of ChatGPT, right? Because we can say as much as we want that it is a danger and it has these limitations, but until I think they can actually see it within the classroom, right, it doesn't hit as hard. It's not as real or material for them. So in a first year writing class this semester, our first essay was an analysis essay for which students chose from any number of potential source texts. Richard Wright's The Ethics of Living Jim Crow, Bell Hooks's Love is the Practice of Freedom, multiple essays from Audre Lorde's book, Sister Outsider. As part of the preparation for the assignment, in addition to conducting many model analysis sessions in class, right, looking at Ngugi wa Thiong'o's Prison Diaries, short fiction from Jamaica Kincaid, essays by Lord and Baldwin, we also looked at a sample analysis essay, and in this case, it was a sample analysis essay of the poem After Images by Audre Lorde, and some excerpts from that are here on the screen right now. For those unfamiliar, After Images is a poem exploring Lorde's aftershocks of Emmett Till's murder. The after images imprinted upon her mind from seeing the photograph, from learning about what happened, hearing the horrific details. It's also a poem of contrasts, right? Lord contrasting the internal after images or lingering impressions of Till with the public absence of him in public discourse or media, contrasting that especially with the after images of this horrible flood in Jackson, Mississippi, especially in section 2 on the right side here, where a white family's trailer has been destroyed. One of their children has died. They've lost everything. But it's a contrast between Till and this white family, the white family who gets screen time, where Till does not. Um, the white family who are paraded quite cruelly, I think, in how Lord composes it on national TV. These journalists, vultures descending for interviews with the grieving for national consumption. It's a very complex poem in the way that Lord's poems always are, right? It's a poem that navigates between black and white, public and private, what is registered, to borrow from Judith Butler, as grievable. So we analyzed the poem and we also analyzed the essay about the poem. We're thinking about how the sample analysis essay compared with our own reading of the poem. But then we had one more step, right? We worked in groups to attempt to see how ChatGPT worked as a reader of the poem, alongside the essay analysis and our own analyses. The task was pretty complex, right? Engineering prompts, determining how to ask the right questions, changing course when encountering disappointing output, which happened a lot. Our task was to analyze analysis, to compare our own analysis of the poem with the sample essays analysis, and now with ChatGPT's. What we end up with is well, this is one of the final outputs that we received. So I'll just read through it briefly. Part 1. In the first part, Lord Speaker describes how images of suffering and violence imprint themselves on her consciousness, using the metaphor of dragonfish evolving to live in a barren cave. These hungry eyes suggest a personal resilience, but also a painful compulsion to remember and to bear witness. The white woman and black boy symbolize the different experiences of suffering and violence along racial lines, particularly in the context of American racial history. And then we get the reference to Till. Part two shifts to a focus on the white woman in Jackson, Mississippi, devastated by floods. Her story, however, is not contextualized in the same way. Her despair is individual, evoking a human but less historically complex sorrow. The scene captures the irony of suffering and privilege. While the woman mourns her economic losses and finds no consolation, she remains largely ignorant of deeper racially inflicted pain. Her hardship, measured against the horrific legacy of racial violence, is rendered comparatively less hard. Um, ChatGPT gets the surface of the poem, right? Right, like the contrast that I mentioned above, the differences in Till's murder and the loss of a child in the flood. But it can't see beyond the words on the page, right? Where it sees a simple contrast between public and private, individual and social, my students saw something more complicated. First, the Till murdered by white men and a victim of white supremacy. Second, murdered by no one, right? Not murdered. But also, as my students saw, a victim, in this case of capitalism and industry-fueled climate change. So that, clear distinction between individual and social that ChatGPT saw the students pushed back against very clearly. My students were fascinated also by the distinction between like how they were able to pull out um, questions of suffering and grieving. So ChatGPT, for example, mentions nothing about Mamie Till, Emmett Till's mother. She isn't mentioned in the poem, and therefore ChatGPT doesn't think about it. But every single class who read this poem always turned to right Emmett Till's mother and thinking about how right pulling in the white mother here makes us think right about Mamie Till and Emmett Till's mother, right? ChatGPT can't see it, but we always see her in the poem, even though she's not there. So to close, one of the big things is that the depth of analysis was not present, and also it fails to generate the type of critically engaging analytical essay, right, that we would expect our students to write. And of course, our students, right, even in class with just a few minutes to talk about it, came up with far more in-depth observations. What is still useful, and this is also available through like the AI task force website. There are many assignment guidelines that sort of help students think through this. And also there are guidelines that help students think about like smaller scale interventions that might be more applicable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharp. And so I'm going to move into my presentation, which I really took the case study to heart. Wait, that's the wrong one. Having a little bit of technical difficulty here as well. Trying to stop my share. There we go. Let's share the right one. All right, there we are. So my presentation I was looking precisely at an exercise I did in my class for a cover letter for a technical writing class, which is part of the first year writing program. So I was looking at one of the things I'm most concerned with my students, particularly at the HBCU, is helping students find their authentic voice. So this really figures into using whether or not to use ChatGPT. So I was using the cover letter assignment to kind of explore ChatGPT and the use of it, the benefits and the detriment to it. So the cover letter is the last part of a job application package assignment that includes locating a job or internship posting that students intend to apply to, developing a resume targeted to that job or internship posting, and then the last was composing a cover letter that targets that specific job. So this presentation focuses on the cover letter. So the objective is for students to finalize a cover letter that provides potential employers with an understanding of who the applicant is, by providing examples of how they develop the skills pertinent to the job announcement rather than simply stating they possess the skills. For example, rather than using language such as, I have strong communication skills, they may insert a story about an experience in high school debate. By drafting 3 versions of the cover letter, including one generated by AI, students see both the benefits and limitations of each. So the exercise itself had several parts to it. Part 1, so first we sort of looked at some standard business style cover letters, discussing them, the pros and cons of them. And then students were just asked, just compose a cover letter targeted to that specific job announcement that you have identified. Their resumes were already been finalized. And then I asked them, just put that cover letter that, we're going to call it your original cover letter, into a discussion board, which I did not grade. I just wanted them to hold it somewhere. So that was on Canvas. And then part 2, this was kind of surprising to them, letter to a friend. So we talked about, and we saw some examples of cover letters that use storytelling, and then of integrating a real life story into a cover letter. And then students were encouraged to draft such a letter. And the way I approached that was I suggested they write a letter to a friend and telling the friend about the job they're applying to and asking their friend, like, which one do you think best sort of demonstrates how I developed these skills? And the reason for that was just so that students became a little bit more comfortable writing about themselves in a more candid way. And then the next part, the part 3, was the AI generated cover letter. So in the next class period, I asked them to create a document named cover letter exercise, just again, so they would have that vessel to put there were going to be 3 drafts in there. Paste the original cover letter into it, and then the second was the cover letter to a friend. Then in that class period, I asked them to prompt ChatGPT or another AI generating platform to write a cover letter. And they were to use the name of the company they're applying to, the job title, and the skills the company was asking for. Then that third letter, the ChatGPT letter, was also pasted into the cover letter exercise document. And then after that, wait, I think I missed this. And then in that same class, students were randomly paired with one another. And so they had they had access to all 3 draft letters. And then in groups of 2, they read each other's letters and gave each other feedback for them and which of the 3 were strongest and why. And then they had to revise for, again, this was the final draft letter. But they were to integrate the comments that their peers had made. And so when they posted that final draft, I also asked them to submit 2 to 3 paragraph reflection on how they arrived at that final version, specifically what they took from each of the 3 drafts from the exercise and why. And I wanted to read a few of the comments. These were their actual sort of part of the reflections. The third letter, written by ChatGPT, seemed like the perfect letter on paper, but it was merely that. The letter lacked humanity, The letter detailed my experiences, but in a way that fit the mold of an ideal candidate. It was almost as if it took only the words related to the requirements and created the letter. It made up for the lack of emotion with impeccable structure and grammar. However, the paragraphs were a bit repetitive. Then this one said, I took the storytelling and authenticity from the draft to a friend. I wanted to show why strategy and management is the field for me and tell a little bit about myself in the process. Also, I used the AI letter to help communicate how my skills from my previous experiences are relevant and transferable to this position, which I thought that was a really good use of AI. The letter helped me to write how my experiences are connected, even though they're in different fields. And then the structure from the first draft original cover letter. Then the very last one, as I worked on my cover letter, I took inspiration from the personal letter I wrote to a friend about what I love in my work. I blended that personal insight with the technical structure I learned from my original and ChatGPT, organizing the letter to showcase my passion for healthcare and my readiness to contribute to their team. I wanted to make sure it not only highlights my skills, but also captures the dedication I have for empowering and supporting people through healthcare. And then these are the conclusions I made, that students were pleased with and proud of their final cover letters. They recognized how expressing who they are as unique individuals, rather than repeating back the skills, made them stronger candidates to a potential employer. And I, as faculty, was pleased with the results of the exercise and the level of engagement the students put into the assignment. They grasped the benefits of expressing their authentic and unique voices, and were not expecting the letter to a friend exercise, nor that they would be asked to use ChatGPT in class. So that's my presentation. Thank you. Unfortunately, we're sort of up against our time. I don't see any questions in the chat. So, Dr. Akasi, I turn it back over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Mockler. And just to reiterate, just in case anyone didn't hear earlier, if you have any questions for any of our panels, please share them in the comment section and we will definitely respond. And thank you so much again for a wonderful panel. And thank you so much for chairing this panel, Professor. All right. So again, if you have any questions for myself or for Professor Robinson or Dr. Sharp or Professor Mockler, please share them in the comments. And moving right along now, we are going to turn it over to, we have a special roundtable discussion, moderator Dr. David Green and MLA and 4C representatives, Dr. Alex Lockett and Dr. Matthew Kirschenbaum. Round of applause. Thank you.
Hi. Hey, everyone. Dr. Lockett could not make it today. We are joined by distinguished professor, Dr. Kirschenbaum. We are members of the MLA and 4C's task force on AI. And I really just wanted a chance to kind of spotlight some of the work we've been doing and really spotlight paper 3, as well as dig into some of the ways we might consider or reconsider or think about the use of AI within the classroom and within our own research. I know we're kind of up against time, so I'll really just do a refresher about the task force, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Kirschenbaum. See if I can find. So here is the website for the 4Cs Task Force. And you can find here a quick guide study, a series of blogs that are related to or talk about critical AI literacy and AI work and AI and writing. We also have 3 working papers. And our most recent one, working paper 3, which was updated and published about a week or two ago. And each one tries to address the issue from a holistic perspective, thinking about recommendations, principles that we might use to think through this issue, policies, and so on and so forth. Um, Really, I want to give a kind of brief background uh, to the task force. And so the task force was initially formed in November 2022. And it was to respond to kind of growing concerns around the rise of ChatGPT and AI in writing. It was comprised, or it still is comprised of members from the MLA, the Modern Language Association, and 4Cs, the Conference on College Composition and Communication, two large organizing bodies related to the teaching of writing, language, and literature. Um, and most interested in the ways that generative AI technologies either alter or change how we might think about the work that we do in these particular spaces. Um, Most recently, we were joined by a number of members from other groups. I won't go into all of the different associations, but it was really joint effort for paper three and thinking through holistically how generative AI technologies affect students, teachers, researchers, administrators, and the institution of education. Really, universities at an institutional level and at a pragmatic level as well. Um, I'll hold off and I'll let Dr. Kirschenbaum provide any thoughts that he wants to with regards to working paper three or just his own recent work in generative AI.
Um, Thank you, Dr. Green. It's a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon. Thursday is my heavy teaching day, so unfortunately I haven't been able to be present for the discussions so far, and I have to leave promptly at 2. I'm just up the road at the University of Maryland in College Park. But I wonder, Dr. Green, I think we should maybe why don't you go ahead and continue working through the slide deck so that people have an overview of working paper three. And then we weren't sure how much time we were going to have. I did prepare a very short slide deck, but if we don't get to it, that's fine.
Okay. So as mentioned, initial conversations began in last spring, in February, and it was really a collaborative effort with a number of different scholars across the fields of writing, literature, and language. And as I mentioned, the main goal was to think through generative artificial intelligence, what we term GAI, and its rising influence over current technologies. Some of the main things, and I'll just work through some of the highlights of the paper. And as I mentioned, you can check this out for yourself on the website I showed earlier. What generative artificial intelligence means for students and some of the things we might want them to consider or think about and how we might want to introduce them. Really appreciate the previous panel that really looked at teaching and introducing it through teaching. Some of the things to consider from the risk of being accused of academic misconduct to missing out on foundational skills in reading, writing, research, and learning, GAI has considerable risks for students. And so there's always this concern about academic dishonesty, about the lack of metacognition and critical literacy because of these technologies' ability to kind of produce what we've been using for a long time as a primary main means of measuring student aptitude, which is the essay, the academic essay. Developing literacies with a particular tool means becoming a more skilled and thoughtful user or refuser of that tool. And so what we've been advocating for is a critical AI literacy, and we advocate that for students as well. Helping to understand how this tool can be used, its limitations, its strengths, um, and what it might mean for how we think about the composing process writ large. A core part of developing critical literacies is understanding how a tool might be used as a part of the writing process. all writers must make choices about organizing, language choice, information value, and other features of good writing. This is understood as metacognition, the idea of thinking about thinking, something that distinguishes the tool from the user. Another thing that we touch on in the paper and ask folks to think about is, what does GAI mean for educators? And when I think about educators, I'm also thinking about us at the university level who are also researchers as well. There are a number of technical, pedagogical, and ethical questions that educators should consider as they approach GAI as researchers and teachers. And so, as I note, this is actually two separate sections within the paper itself. But I tend to think about, when we mention educators, especially at the university level, folks who are often doing some kind of critical thinking or writing around particular subjects, even in relationship just to their teaching. For instructors who face growing pressures to include these technologies in their classroom, disciplinary expertise and decision-making through shared governance are essential in determining what approach is appropriate for their students and curricula, right? And so we're going to have to make kind of critical decisions about how these things come into the classroom in a number of ways. And as always, as teachers, you have a certain level of autonomy, as well as certain expertise in how these things can be facilitated. There's a growing number of folks who may advocate using the technology to actually teach students the ways that it can go wrong or the ways that it can be useful. And there's also a growing number of folks who have a kind of skepticism about the technology's value and function. Another thing is not in here, but also some things to consider, is the kind of ecological impact of the technologies, as well as some of the ways that they've already become embedded into existing technologies. So, for example, Google, and we've seen this with Apple as well, a number of the products that we use have already started to embed different elements of AI technologies into their own systems as well. And so it'll be hard to kind of get away from it, but how you use it and how you understand it is going to be very prominent. And in many ways, educators, teachers are going to be the first examples that students have on how to think through this problem, even at a large or immediate scale. One potential outcome of CAL, which we define as critical AI literacies, might be an instructor's informed decision not to engage with or permit AI technologies in particular assignments, activities, or courses. Instructors need to consider what deciding to opt out means. Engagement with these technologies continues to rise, but there are good reasons to limit and or not to engage with these technologies in research or classrooms. And so it's always up to you to kind of make these decisions for yourself, and how it works and how it doesn't work. But the main thing is, when we're thinking about critical AI literacy, is that people are making informed choices, whatever those choices are for themselves. Another thing that we highlight is its effect on departments and programs, right? How might department or program leaders begin to think about GAI? We note that program coordinators should start thinking about GAI in their local context by revising student learning outcomes and folding them into existing outcomes and policy decisions, right? And so it's not necessarily a radical change, but it is an awareness that these technologies exist, that they are present, that students and and teachers and other professionals may be using them in a variety of ways, and being aware of, right, the different pitfalls and benefits that come with that. Rather than focusing on particular technologies, program-level course design strategies should focus on helping students develop the literacies and skills that they can adapt to changes in technologies moving forward. And so again, the educators at the front line, but also program leaders and administrators as well, and thinking about how these things become integrated into the work that we are doing. And so there's different dispositions we can take, but there is also an awareness that within our own curriculums that they're going to have different varying effects. And this could depend on course topic and subject matter, but also our dispositions towards research, our dispositions towards the invention process, our dispositions toward certain elements of teaching. We advise that program coordinators position themselves, their programs, and their administrative work as part of the bigger picture work happening at their institutions. And so I appreciate Provost Wuto's comments as well. And so this becomes very important to think about how is generative AI technology being used at the university level. And this even can make it more difficult for a kind of a complete opt-out, given that students may be using these technologies as part of their majors or part of other classes, and have very different kind of ethical dispositions or ethical understandings of them. And so as we continue to advocate is to get in front of this in ways by, one, educating ourselves about how the technologies are used, and then begin thinking nimbly um, about how these things may be integrated or how they may show up in our classroom spaces, in our curriculums, and in our programs and departments themselves as well. And then last but not least, considerations related to generative AI technologies. Many cutting edge technologies including speech to text, text to speech, and video captioning began as assistive technologies for people with disabilities have found wide application beyond those communities. And I think Dr. Zakari mentioned this, right, in his presentation earlier, is that these assistive technologies, or if we think about these technologies as assistive, rather than totalizing, it becomes more manageable in some ways, and we can begin to see their relationship to other technologies that exist. So I think the easiest model is kind of the predictive text model in Microsoft Word, being a kind of low level or early form. But there are a number of different kind of technologies we use regularly that serve in these kind of assistive capacities. And so that may be one way to begin to think about generative AI technologies as something that can assist the writing process rather than take over or totalizing or take over or dominate it. Discussions of ethics and integrity as related to AI technology should not be focused exclusively on caveats to students about using GAI for the purpose of academic dishonesty. Rather, while educating the students who will eventually be refining AI technologies and creating new ones, institutions that foreground the crucial role of humanities disciplines such as language and literature, rhetoric and composition, technical and professional communication, philosophy and ethics, history and cultural studies, communicate with students, colleagues, and the public about the continuing value of writing to develop thinking. A culture of critical AI literacy is meant to be neither for nor against the use of AI, right? Rather, it involves a measured examination and evaluation of its potential advantages for humanity alongside its pitfalls and limitations. And I think that's the main thing we've been advocating for, is a kind of measured response and awareness of both the dangers and the benefits, and helping people to kind of make informed decisions about how they choose to engage these things. Some important priorities. When considering the use of AI technologies for decision-making of any kind, institutions need to keep foremost in mind the great potential for algorithmic bias that the popular media often neglects or downplays, such as in recent articles in the Forbes about the use of AI in hiring and firing. And this was mentioned by the previous panel, so I appreciate that. It is also vitally important that issues of consent and student data protection be considered in adoption of such technologies, right? And so it's also important to make students aware of the ways that their privacy and the ways that their privacy may be hostage or may be limited based on their uses of these different platforms, as well as in the decision-making process. And so Dr. Kirschenbaum, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, thank you. That was a really helpful overview, and it's a lot of material. Maybe we should just see if there are questions and have a discussion as time allows.
Okay.
And I have maybe one
Yeah.
question for the room, which is really as we're involved with the task force, what can organizations like the 4Cs and the MLA be doing, perhaps through the task force as a kind of instrument that would be helpful in as people go about their work as teachers, as scholars, as educators? What do you need from us?
Mhm.
I think we need more equity and inclusiveness. As was talking about in my presentation, um, it's not balanced right now. I mean, behind AI, and I was just asking students, who do you think is behind AI? And it's predominantly white men. And so we need more diversity, equity, and inclusiveness, people sitting at the table from various backgrounds, even students and their input on it as well. Until we do that, we're going to continue to get this biased data. AI is depending on us. And if we keep pushing in biased data, uh, and the algorithms is going to continue to be biased. I mean, and
Mm-hmm.
this was constantly stressed at the University of British Columbia as well when I had taken and got the AI certification as well. But we have to do that. Until we do that, we're just going to keep going round and round with this.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we had one question in the chat that asks, how are the potential positives of large language models in education to be reconciled with the physical infrastructure's real negative impacts on environments and on communities? And that's been something that the task force has been struggling with as well. You know, how much do we forefront and acknowledge the kind of environmental and ecological impact these huge kind of servers have on our environment.
Okay. So in my research, I was looking at how there's information about how K through 12 is dealing with students using Chat GPT and other generative AI models unethically. But I would love to know how people on the university, the college level are dealing with what experiences they're having with it and how to deal with it. Because I know we don't want to we don't want to be punitive about it. We want this to be a generative learning experience. But I'd like to see more case studies like what we've done here today from the C's headline, like ushering other schools and universities to do something like that if you're not doing it already.
Yeah, I can just give an example from a class that I'm currently teaching. So this isn't at the level of like university policy or anything like that. This is just a particular assignment that I used recently, which was to ask students, and this is a course. This is a course within our English major. So to ask students to read The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman, although it could be any piece of fiction. We read the story, we discussed it together as a class, but then their assignment was to use Chat GPT to help them rewrite the story. And so they began, the first part of the assignment was for them to just have a conversation with ChatGPT about the yellow wallpaper. And they found that ChatGPT seem to know a lot about it. That's because it's actually part of the training data, which then opens up an opportunity to talk about training data, including the questions of bias and inclusion in its selection. But they had the experience of first having a conversation with ChatGPT about the story, asking it about characters and plot. And one student tried to trick it. And if you know the story, the student asked about the role of the cat in the yellow wallpaper. There is no cat. But ChatGPT knew that. and was able to kind of respond appropriately. Then they needed to choose either some aspect of the plot, some aspect of the characterization, or the setting, and use ChatGPT to rewrite the story. And the key part of that was that it wasn't just a kind of one-off where they gave it a single prompt. We really encouraged them to continue to refining their prompts and having it write and rewrite the story iteratively until they kind of got it to a place that really felt like it was sort of interesting and might be something. Then the last part of the assignment was they had to write a short reflection on that. And then when they submitted the assignment, they submitted everything, the entirety of their session with ChatGPT. And that was kind of like the showing their work stage, so that we didn't just see the end product, we could see how they got there. Anyway, I describe this assignment just because it's an example of, rather than simply allowing students or forbidding them from using the technology, it became a way to kind of engage it in hopefully some of the critical ways that we talk about in the working paper.
And we had another question in the chat. And if you don't mind, Dr. Kirschenbaum, I'd ask you to kind of shout out your own kind of recent article in PMLA, because I think it gets to the question, but the question is really, it knows, to what extent are these conversations being had about graduate students or graduate study?
Yeah.
And if they are, what do they look like? Because the sense of the person asked the question is that the focus is primarily on undergraduate students and academic honesty.
Sure. Might be worth saying that one of the roles I've seemed to have fallen into on the task force is that of AI skeptic, or resident crank, as somebody playfully described it. But yeah, there is a let's see. I actually, so just today, myself and a co-author, Professor Rita Rowley at the University of California, published a short piece in the Chronicle of Higher Ed that I just put in the chat. We don't get to write the headline, the Chronicle entitled it "AI May Ruin the University as We Know It." But that does capture something of the spirit of the piece. And that's a good summation of the PMLA article that David mentioned. It's actually excerpted and adapted from that article, and there's a link to the full article at the end of the Chronicle piece. So unfortunately, I do have to actually dash to my classroom elsewhere in the building, but that's a good sort of representation of where I sit on these matters. Thank you so much, everybody, Dr. Green and everybody, for inviting me. Thank you.
All right. And just really quickly to answer kind of Dr. Lamont's question, working paper 3 also attempts to kind of discuss what are the implications for researchers, as well as for graduate researchers, we'll say, in the use of AI. So what are the ethical implications? What do we allow? What is expected of the researcher, and how we begin to define some of these different policies for our research moving forward. As you probably heard several horror stories of people using this already and getting into trouble, either for legal briefs or people using it for kind of academic research. And so really it is up to us to begin to establish these parameters. And a lot of it gets back to some of the ethical questions we've already been dealing with regards to research in general, right? Ethical questions we had around using human subjects, around how we maneuver between paraphrasing and quoting, also how we maneuver between the usage of particular information from different sources. Dr. Tavares?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for a wonderful conference, wonderful symposium. Going back to what Dr. Akasi mentioned, I'm a linguist, so I was interested in how many computational linguists are African American, and only 5% And that is perhaps we also can encourage our students to pursue computational sciences, and that would be contributing factor to better representation and better algorithms that would come out of it. Because as Dr. Akasi said, what we put in, these algorithms they are not created in an empty space. They're created by people, and people have to be aware of various cultural differences, linguistic differences. And so that was kind of my push of encouraging our students to pursue various degrees, including in computational linguistics.
And yeah, I agree. And it's also about learning approaches, right? So different ways of sorting, because the more we understand about how these technologies work, the more you can begin to point out either weaknesses or concerns, and then I think it also lessens this concern about the ethical impropriety as such, because there's a kind of deeper understanding of what can be done, right? So the creativity around it as well, how to identify kind of speech patterns and prose patterns, ways of understanding them relative to kind of traditional writing norms or expectations, and so on and so forth. If there's no more questions, we can close it down here. As I mentioned, and I'll just do one more quick shout out. The task force can be found at this website, our working papers and the kind of work that folks have been doing. And then there's also a number of blogs. And as mentioned, we invite criticism as well as folks who are experimenting with teaching with AI to kind of write about and share the works that they have been doing and producing. Is really about a collective and collaborative approach to kind of building knowledge around this topic and subject matter in ways that make it less scary, as well as inform us as teachers, educators, researchers on how this will continue to impact us moving forward. And I'll close out there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Green, and also the MLA representative. Outstanding roundtable discussion. We thank you very, very much. Let's give another round of applause. And I see that our keynote speaker has entered the building. So we're really grateful to have with us here today award-winning, renowned author and scholar and department chair at the University of Florida, Dr. Sid Dobrin. So I will turn it over now to Professor Robinson to do the honors of sharing Dr. Sid Dobrin's bio, and then officially welcoming him to the virtual podium, if you will.
Thank you. I'm just going to read Dr. Dobrin's bio. Dr. Sid Dobrin, chair of the University of Florida's English department, has become one of the most sought-after academic experts on generative AI, having delivered more than 70 talks worldwide. He is the founding director of the Trace Innovation Initiative at University of Florida and has been named a digital thought leader by Adobe. He serves as a member of the Florida Institute for National Security, part of the University of Florida's AI initiative. He serves as a member of the Florida AI Learning Consortium Steering Committee, and he serves as a member of the University of Florida AI Blue Sky Task Force. He's the author and editor of numerous books and articles, including Talking About Generative AI, A Guide for Educators, AI in Writing, and the forthcoming AI and the Humanities. His current research project examines enduring questions motivated by AI. In addition to his work in digital humanities, he is prolific in writing about environmental humanities, specifically focused on blue eco-criticism and blue humanities. Please welcome Dr. Sid Dobrin.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for having me here. I'm going to make an attempt to share my screen, so if you will bear with me for one moment. The Zoom, do this quickly, and I will
Beautiful. We see it. Yes.
Is everybody's got that screen now? Excellent. Thank you all for having me. I will tell you that as I'm speaking, just for my own ability to keep on track, I'm not going to be looking at the Zoom chat or responding to your images in the screen. Otherwise, I will fall down rabbit holes and chase after your questions rather than pursue the talk. I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I have had the opportunity to speak on about 70 different campuses over the last 2 years about artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence. And it is an honor for me to join in with the faculty from Howard to have that conversation as well. I'm going to start by showing a short video. It's about 17 seconds long. There is no audio for the video, so don't panic that there's something wrong with either the connection or your ears. And I want to show this video to sort of set the tenor for what I'd like to talk about today. And we'll start with that. So I'm going to start the video now. So we're playing with a machine that doesn't necessarily know the rules that we're used to playing by, and that we're not entirely sure what it's doing all the time. I do love that moment in this video where the machine pauses as if it's thinking about things. I think that's a great effect that the video makers put in there, but I do want to emphasize that the machine is actually not thinking, that that's an anthropomorphic assignment we give to it when we see that pause. But I do think that this is sort of indicative of where we are right now with artificial intelligence and that notion of just trying to figure out what are the rules we're playing by. Now, like I said, I've been giving these talks really all over the world, and I love getting these invitations. And sincere gratitude to Dr. Akasi for inviting me to come speak with you. And I love these invitations because I get asked, hey, could you come talk to us about artificial intelligence, generative AI, and higher education and writing? And could you wrap it up in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes? This is a massive galactic subject that we're addressing here today, and we will only be able to touch a tiny little portion of that. I also want to point out to those of you who are astronomically minded that we are actually not there. We have never been there. That's not the Milky Way. This is nothing more than a metaphor to get my point across. So don't think you've been missing out on traveling to other galaxies. That's we're not there. I also want to tell you that as I talk today, I'm going to offer some provocations. I am not going to make predictions about AI, and I am certainly not going to make any promises about AI. I have found over the years that making promises or predictions about emerging technologies is a risky venture. I have a colleague who has written 5 New York Times best-selling books on global economics. He has a new one coming out next week. And the one that came out just before COVID, because of COVID and the unanticipated effects of COVID, everything in it was absolutely wrong. And so I don't take the risk of making predictions and promises, but I'm going to offer some provocations today to get us thinking about and furthering the conversation about generative AI in higher ed. I have to say that as I logged into this Zoom, having the opportunity to overhear the little bit of the end of your previous conversation, I found very intriguing because these are the conversations we're hearing on campuses all over the world, the question of ethics, the questions of access, and we will touch on those things as I move through this today. So we know that 2 years ago, next month, November of 2022, when OpenAI dropped ChatGPT on the world, it set off an alarm clock for those of us in higher ed. It actually set off an alarm clock for just about every industry in the world as well. And as we know, when an alarm clock goes off, there are generally a handful of responses. There are those people who reach over, turn the alarm clock off, and are raring to go to take on the challenges of the day. There are those who continually hit the snooze alarm, not wanting to admit that the day has begun. And then there are those of us who smash the alarm clock against the wall, refusing to acknowledge that anything is happening. Now, when OpenAI set off the alarm clock for generative AI in higher ed, one of the things we have to acknowledge is that the only reason we're having this conversation today, and why over particularly the last 18 months campuses all over the world are having this conversation, is because ChatGPT was free. Now, I want to talk a little bit as I move through this about the impact of what happened with OpenAI. And because it was free, it put it in the hands of users. Whereas if it had been a proprietary platform and we were talking specifically about access points, we probably would not be having this conversation in the same way. But OpenAI made their platform available. Now, as I talk today, the other thing I'd like to be able to do is I really don't want to give OpenAI and ChatGPT the credit or make the brand something along the lines of the Jello Xerox Band-Aid kind of approach that ChatGPT is how we talk about generative AI. So as I move through this, even though I will on occasion use ChatGPT as a primary example, I want us to remember that ChatGPT is only one of a lot of different kinds of AI platforms. To that end as well, often I hear people referring to AI as though it were a singular thing, but in fact, it's an umbrella term for a lot of different things. And what we do with generative AI in a writing classroom is going to be very different from what engineers, what pharmacy schools, HVAC, whatever the program is. So one of the things I will emphasize is the importance of the contextual notion of what platform is being used, how it's being deployed, and where it's being deployed as we work through this. So let's talk a little bit about what I try to do in these conversations. And that is one of my functions here is I try to demystify what these AI technologies are. And what I see around the world is that a lot of people are reacting to a lot of the popular narrative about what an AI platform is without actually understanding the technology of how it works. And so I'm going to work a little bit to demystify some of those technologies today, but I think we also have to talk about deployment in the same breath. And so when I do that, I try to focus on both conceptual notions of AI, asking those big questions about why, what if, what are the ramifications of deploying AI, and then also lots of questions of application. How are we using them? What platforms are we using? I came in on the conversation a moment ago about bias and about the algorithms being, algorithmic bias. So a lot of that falls into both of these categories of how do we think about this conceptually, but also how do we address it in terms of the application for where we're actually deploying AI. Now, in addition to the conceptual and the application, I wish we had time to talk about the material notions of AI. To me, this is also a very important part of the conversations regarding AI because of the material impacts on the world. This includes everything from that sort of cradle to grave materialist approach of recognizing, for instance, the harvesting of minerals and conflict minerals in Congo, for instance, all the way to the other end of that with e-waste. And I think that we have to talk a lot about that materiality. I also work very closely in the recreational sport fishing world. And so ocean conservation is another big part of my research trajectory. And so I'm very concerned right now about as AI continues to develop, the server farms that are necessary for AI generate an immense amount of heat. And both Microsoft and Google are currently experimenting with undersea server farms in order to use ocean water to cool server farms. But as we know, the oceans are warming too rapidly right now. And so the idea of generating more heat into the oceans has a different kind of materiality aspect of that. I also think there are a lot of social justice materiality issues here, particularly when we look at the global south as depository for a lot of our e-waste. So as we continue to develop more and more hardware that supports our AI, then we tend to see a lot of our e-waste being pumped into the global south and particular aspects in Southeast Asia, Africa, and different parts of the world where the communities don't have the ability to defend against this kind of pollution. And I think these are important things to be able to talk about with our students when we're talking about AI. So when OpenAI dropped ChatGPT on us, the national media really made writing the proving ground for generative AI in higher ed. We all saw all of those newspaper articles, the end of education, the end of writing, the cheaters tool. Students are never going to know how to compose a sentence again or think for themselves. And so, coming out of writing studies, I find that very interesting that now we are thrown into the center of this larger philosophical debate about the role of AI in higher ed. I also have to note that that philosophical debate, I very much hold Turing for being responsible for a lot of the problems we're having with AI by simply calling it artificial intelligence, which opens up a whole can of philosophical questions. If he had simply just called it complex computing, we would be having a very different kind of conversation. But even though writing has become sort of the central figure for where AI deployment is occurring, we have to acknowledge that generative AI is being used in absolutely every single discipline that we offer on any campus. We can see the examples of how we interact with generative AI through chatbots, through mapping, through all the different kinds of apps that we use on a daily basis. Most of these integrate some form of AI. AI and Gen AI are absolutely fabulous at computational work, at doing math. They are also incredible for music editing and music generation. My oldest son is a rising junior at the University of Colorado in the College of Music, focusing on music composition. And last year he started calling me to say, guess what, Dad? They're asking us all to use AI platforms in writing music so that we learn how to use these platforms for composing. Writing, like I said, is the central figure in the conversation, but AI is also very valuable in film editing, film creation. It's also an incredible device or series of platforms for coding. It codes at a rate so much faster than human coders. A lot of times the code is always exact and right. It just doesn't make logical sense to a lot of coders because it doesn't use the same kind of flow that a human coder would. And of course, that images are now being generated and manipulated by AI. And this is something I write a lot about. But I wanted to just put out there that we're going to talk mostly about writing, but the fact of the matter is these are conversations that absolutely every discipline needs to be having. So real quick, just so you have a general idea, part of the reason we're actually having this conversation is just the velocity at which ChatGPT moved around the world. It took 5 days for 1 million people to log on and use ChatGPT. That we haven't seen anything like that ever. Instagram took 2.5 months before 1 million people signed on. Threads only took 2 hours in last year, but that's kind of a cheat because that's part of the Instagram package of software. It took ChatGPT 2 months before we had 100 million monthly users using ChatGPT. TikTok took 9 months before they had that kind of use. And if we look at the monthly downloads of the app for OpenAI and ChatGPT, in February of this year, 3.25 million people each month downloading the app to be able to use ChatGPT. That's a remarkable velocity for distributing a platform. Now, I try to keep up with ChatGPT statistics. Obviously, the October stats haven't finished since today is the last day of October. But as of last month, we're seeing 1.7 billion people visiting our page visits every month. That's an increase of the last year of 1.1 billion people using this platform over the course of the year. And if you think about how remarkable that deployment velocity is, you see the speed at which it's being used, which indicates not just numbers of users, but also how people are using it and the innovations they're coming up with that. ChatGPT right now has about 180.5 million monthly users and 100 million weekly active users. And I want to point out the difference there, that 100 million weekly active users aren't people who are just logging on and using it, to play, to, see what it will do, but people who are actively learning the iterative and reflexive processes for using that platform. Only about 15%, though, of ChatGPT users are from the US, and young adults are the most common user. About between 18 and 29-year-olds, about 43% of the use base comes from that, and only 6% of those over 65. We could, of course, take that and talk about the demographic of the students at Howard or pretty much any other university. So what we're seeing are indications that users usually fall in that college student age range. Interestingly, right now we're seeing about a half split, 55 and 44 split between male and female use. A year ago, that was a 3/4, 1/4 split. So we're seeing many more women starting to use this platform over the last year. Right now, about 92% of the Fortune 500 companies say they're using ChatGPT. We have data that shows that 23% of US adults have said they're using ChatGPT, and about 53% of people can't tell that ChatGPT content was generated by AI. This continues to increase because as the training models improve and as more people use it, and frankly, as people like our students learn that they can train the platform to write like them, or write in a particular tone, or write like in a particular voice, that number increases as you can't notice it. Now, I will say as a side note here, and I'm not going to go into the depth because even though we're going to be talking about writing, I'm assuming we're talking about writing from the composition writing studies side of thing, not the journalism side of things. But journalism's actually been using generative AI for about 15 plus years right now. I share an example with a lot of my students about an article that was published in the Los Angeles Times a little over a decade ago about an earthquake that occurred outside of LA. No human hand that was ever involved in the direct writing of that article. They have a bot. It's got now a social media following called QuakeBot that takes information straight from the USGS source and then scripts an article that will go into the online and print version of the LA Times. But if you start to look across things like Bloomsbury, Forbes, ESPN, Sports Illustrated, any other kind of news industry, they are all claiming AI use over the last decade of between 56 and 92% of the content that we read on a daily basis in our news source. And recognize that in saying that, we don't hear a lot of conversation about, oh, I can tell that newspaper article was written by AI, in the same way that we as English teachers say, oh, I can tell that you wrote this essay, or that the AI wrote this essay. Right now, also in that usage system, users are using it about 5.5 page visits each time, which means they're no longer taking the first answer from their prompt as the end all be all answer. They're understanding that this is a reflexive process whereby they can ask for revisions to that prompt each time. So what we're not seeing anymore are those users who will simply type something like, write an essay about Moby Dick. Now they're going to take whatever is given back and ask for revisions and continue that process until they get where they want to end up getting. So there was a study done last year, and I always try to make sure everybody's aware of this. It says it's by Titan Partners, but Turnitin.com actually paid it. I think the politics of that's important to acknowledge. And last year, the data was showing that about half of college students in the US said that they're using Gen AI, but only about 22% of faculty say that they're using Gen AI. There was also a higher ed survey last year from CIOs, and about 16% considered AI a high priority. I can tell you that data is changing. The week after next, I will be at the University of Notre Dame talking to about 250 CIOs about AI deployment. So we're starting to see upper administration in higher ed recognizing we need to be paying more attention to this than they had been a year ago. We've also seen data, this comes from a survey that Cengage created last year, about how faculty perceive AI in upper and higher education. Not many actually see this as having massive impact. Uh, More so say it's going to be sort of a moderate change. But what's interesting is if you compare administrators to faculty, that administrators and faculty, particularly at four-year schools, really only see this making minor changes. And yet our conversation is a little bit more um, panicky than that, we shall say. So I wanted to give a little bit of a historical background before I get into some of the nitty gritty about the writing. And, when ChatGPT dropped, it created a moral crisis in education. We saw, as I said, all of those articles about academic integrity, cheaters tool, not going to be able to do research anymore. Students won't know the basics of writing anymore. And we're all fairly aware of what those conversations have been. But, I heard those conversations 22 years ago when Wikipedia was released, and we said the exact same things. We talked about banning it in classrooms. We talked about the lack of learning, and students won't have to actually do research anymore. But what do we call Wikipedia now? It's identified as a learning tool. And for a lot of us now, when our students are having difficulty coming up with a subject or getting some basic research, we immediately direct them, go check out the bibliography on Wikipedia for this subject as a starting point for how we do things. So here's my point in offering this. When we think about technology, and I mean any technology, not just digital technology, all technology has two paths. The first path is to obsolescence. And obsolescence happens when the technology solves the problem and we don't need it anymore, or more likely, when we develop a better technology to replace the old technology to address the problem. But the other path is naturalization, where it just becomes how we do things. So Wikipedia, in some ways, is how we do things now. Think about it like this. I am willing to bet that not one of you this morning, when you took your coffee cup and your spoon and you swirled your spoon around your coffee, pulled the spoon back out, looked at it, and said, wow, what an amazing piece of technology. Because we've naturalized that technology into the way we do things. However, the spoon is an amazing piece of technology. It changed human interaction. It changed social behavior. It changed aesthetics. It changed things like public health. It changed things like being attentive to materiality when we're building tools. But the spoon has been naturalized into just how we do things. So we've had this conversation about emerging technologies in higher ed for a very long time. In fact, every single time there is a new technology that is used in education, we have had the conversation. The printing press, about the distribution of information, the chalkboard, the ballpoint pen. Every single time, particularly in writing, that we release a new technology, we end up with this moral crisis moment where there are populations who say this is going to ruin learning, this is going to ruin what people know, versus those who say, no, this is going to move us forward. And I think we have to remember, in fact, that writing itself is a technology with a lot of bugs in it. And as you will recall, there are those like Socrates who were very plain that writing was a terrible technology that was going to ruin humanity, and no longer will we have to remember things. And it changed everything about how we do things. And there it had its critics. Anybody remember this in teaching of mathematics? Um, you know, this didn't, everybody made the same argument. Students aren't going to know how to add and subtract anymore. But what they did was that it allowed us to move to higher function in math education. And, frankly, having had two sons who went through high school and I had to buy the new Texas Instrument T whatever 100 every single year, those are valuable tools. And it didn't eliminate learning mathematics, it eliminated and changed how we learn mathematics. But we've said this about every technology. Television, going to ruin everything. Radio, blamed for everything. And my favorite is that reading was probably one of the most terrible things that we could teach anybody, because reading is going to stop thinking. So we've had these moral crisis conversations all along. Now, when I came in and was overhearing the conversation, forgive me, I think it was Dr. Green that was speaking and talking about the LLMs. I want to talk about the concept of how a Gen AI platform works, to the end of not just understanding how the platform works, but to the kinds of critique that we need to be thinking about. So the first thing I want to point out about the Chat GPT platform, and this is true of all platforms, all free platforms, so Gemini, Copilot, Chat GPT, the way that these systems work is that a user provides a prompt. They give, here's what I want. Now, we're educators. We write prompts every single semester. We know what prompts are. And we also know that when you write a bad prompt, you get a bad response. And so the first place we have to start with the problems with this kind of a system is understanding how do we prompt it to get what we want out of it. So if I do, like I said before, use a prompt, write an essay about Moby Dick, I'm going to get a very problematic answer. The other problem with these free platforms is that what is their LLM, their data set? Well, it's the internet, which should immediately raise all kinds of red flags, because that is an unedited, we'll say, basis of data. So when you get that prompt, what happens is that the platform starts to scrub, go through all of the data it has access to. That means for ChatGPT, it starts to scrub the internet. So if I ask it to write an essay about Moby Dick, it's not only going to find things about Melville and the novel, it's going to find everything else out that you do not want to find out about Moby Dick. So the first problem is, and in this graphic here, I have that scrubbing process in a black box, because we tend to defer the process of the generative AI as operating in a black box. We don't know what it's doing. Well, it's not exactly true, since we wrote the algorithms for what it's doing. We know exactly how it operates. And it's interesting to think about what goes on inside that black box space, inside that LLM, that large language model, where it's getting information. But I think it's what happens outside of that LLM that we need to be more attuned to, because the only thing that the generative AI can access is the data set it has access to. So everything that never makes it into that data set will never be part of the output. So, for instance, all of those narratives of disenfranchised people, of groups who have never had their narratives part of the digital world, the published world, or, as we can fairly acknowledge, the authorized world, will never be part of that output. Let me give you an example. I have a colleague. She just was nominated for an Eisner Award. Her book, her research and her book project look at LGBTQ underground comics that were published in zines in the 1970s and 1980s. And these publications, these comics, these voices only appear in two archives, one in New York and one in San Francisco, and have never been digitized. So no matter what we ask that LLM for about underground LGBTQ comics, none of that data will ever be part of that. So when we start to talk about the bias and the ethic, part of where we have to start is understanding that that information isn't even in the data set that we're talking about, so it can't be accessed. That's true for so many narratives, so many voices, so many cultures. Now, the way the platform works is, it looks, once you give it the prompt, it starts scrubbing, and what it looks for are repeated patterns. What are the patterns in the data set that most often show up regarding that prompt? Now, we call those tokens. So it's looking for as many tokens that match the prompt. And then what it does is reorder them based on which ones pop up the most. And that's when it reorders them and gives you output. So that's a basic nutshell of how this works and a little bit of the critique that falls in there. And for me, like I said, I'm not necessarily interested with the free platforms of what's in the LLM, but what's excluded from the LLM. And if we continue that, we now recognize, well, we're now seeing about 1,000 new Gen Tech platforms being released each week. Now, what makes this interesting is these are usually based on proprietary LLMs. So it's based on a data set that the user controls. So, for example, imagine if you went to ChatGPT and asked a question about developing a particular pharmaceutical drug that's been in development for years. And in fact, the pharmacy industry had announced years ago that there were 19 drugs that we really needed, but they just didn't have the technology to develop them. Well, in the last 2 years, they've developed all 19 that are in test now because of the data sets that they are able to put into platforms. So they're not relying on these free platforms. So we're seeing more proprietary based LLMs. So go back to my Moby Dick example. And what would happen in the difference between one student who goes to ChatGPT and says, write an essay about Moby Dick versus another who has access to, and imagine it, we're going to make this up. It doesn't exist yet. I know we want it, but it doesn't exist yet. But imagine an LLM that was populated only by the Melville Society and JSTOR, where all of that information has been vetted as accurate information about Moby Dick, and now they conduct that search. What are you going to get with the output there is going to be very different than with these free platforms. So one of the things I think we have to acknowledge, and a lot of people have a hard time in higher education with this, is that ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, all of these free platforms were never developed for a specific industry, for a specific context. They're very generic. Now we're starting to see platforms that are very disciplinarily specific, very tightly controlled data set. And we have to acknowledge that higher ed is an industry. And so we're starting to see more and more proprietary platforms and LLMs for our industry. Let me give you an example. And I do want to pause here and tell you, I don't shill for any company. Any company I mention, I'm doing so just as an example. I don't get paid by any company. That would be great if I did, but I don't. So I'm not pushing for any of these platforms. But if I go to ChatGPT and I type in, write an essay about Moby Dick, it's going to give me back a crappy essay about Moby Dick. But if I go to a platform that was designed for higher ed, and I'll use Grammarly Premier as an example, and I type in, write an essay about Moby Dick, the response that I'm going to get is, this seems like a violation of academic integrity, because Grammarly Premier is designed for higher ed. And so it has guardrails that answer our industry needs about academic integrity. It's then going to guide students to thinking about what the prompt is, to thinking about research possibilities, to thinking about directions for writing outlines. It's not going to give students that total, here's the genie in the box answer to all of this. It's designed for our industry. Now, the problem with this, of course, is that the moment we start talking about proprietary LLMs, subscription-based LLMs, and these disciplinary specific LLMs and platforms, is that we have to talk about access. We have to talk about the fact that a lot of students across the country can't afford to pay proprietary fees for a lot of these databases and for a lot of these platforms. We also have to acknowledge that there are broad swaths of this country, Appalachia, the Southwest, where students don't have broadband at home. So the only way they're going to be able to access these tools is when they're on campus, and a lot of campuses can't provide these tools. So access becomes one of those big ethical issues that we have to think about, because in that example of the Moby Dick essay, we are clearly giving advantage to the student who can pay for the better curated data set than the free data set. Now, if we also go back to that black box process and the idea of the proprietary LLM, part of what we also have to recognize is that right now, 26% of the top 100 visited web pages are blocking the GPT bot. About 35% of the top 1,000 visited websites also block the GPT bot. And that number continues to increase as more and more web pages don't want their data surrendered for free to these online, the LLMs that are free platforms. Right now, Microsoft is, excuse me, New York Times is suing Microsoft and OpenAI because ChatGPT will access the free content from New York Times and use it in its data sets. And the New York Times claims that that's still their IP, their copyrighted information. And OpenAI and Microsoft are claiming, sorry, if it's on the internet and it's available, not behind a paywall, then it's everybody's game. And so we're seeing lots of these lawsuits, particularly in image generation as well. That also then restricts what the output is going to be. We also have to acknowledge that with OpenAI and some of the other platforms, they cannot access information any newer than 2 years ago. So they're not going to have current data in the output that they're putting out there. Now, what we're seeing also is a trend where a lot of colleges and universities are starting to develop their own GPT-based platforms in order to control the viability of what goes into the LLM and then making it available to their campus population. We see this on Arizona State, Harvard, Washington, University of California, Irvine, UC San Diego, here at UF, University of Michigan. I can go on, the list keeps going. We're starting to see more and more higher ed institutions wanting to make sure that the data sets that students and researchers are accessing have been pre-vetted as viable information, not just whatever's on the internet. So I told you I wasn't going to make any predictions, but I'm going to make one, particularly because most of us are writing faculty. 15 years ago, there is not a person on the planet who works for any company, whether a big global conglomerate or a small mom and pop Etsy shop online, that thought they would need something called a social media marketing manager. And now there's not a business in the world that makes it without that, or at least somebody who does those kinds of tasks. Here's my prediction. The next big gig is going to be prompt engineering and prompt whispering. People who understand the rhetorical actions needed to get the AI to do what they need it to do beyond write an essay about Moby Dick. And so one of the things I'm talking with a lot of writing instructors about is how do we teach prompt writing? I don't like that everybody in the industry calls it prompt engineering. I want to call it prompt writing because I'm a writing studies person, but we're seeing more and more of a push to this. In fact, I will be honest, I've had 3 faculty from around the country contact me in the last week asking where can they go study prompt writing in order to better teach it in their classes. I will tell you, there are, I think, 3 or 4 books on prompt writing available on Amazon. They're all self-published. And any decent writing instructor will look at it and tell you they're absolutely awful. Those of us who understand rhetoric and writing have a better insight onto how to do prompt engineering. So the other problem for us as educators is that generative AI doesn't show the work, right? We have to recognize that as educators, we're interested in process, particularly when it comes to writing. We developed the writing process so we would have something teachable. What we're really interested in is transferability, that our students are able to take the skill sets that we talk about in classroom and transfer them to other contexts. Now, OpenAI, generative AI, shifted the focus from process to product. AI is not going to tell you where it got its information, how it revises, any of those kinds of things. And so that's discombobulating for us because we're not interested in the product. This is the same situation when my kids were little and their math teacher would send them home with a sheet of paper with 20 math problems on it, and they would look at it, they'd fill it out, and they'd write all the answers down, turn it in, and the teacher would give it back to them with a 0. And they'd say, but the answers are all right. And what would the teacher say? Of course, you didn't show your work, because we're interested in that process. We're interested in being able to show that process. And these free platforms were not designed for that. There are some ways to do that, but they weren't designed for it like some of the writing platforms that are being designed for higher ed. This is how I tend to think about this. So I mentioned writing, but we haven't mentioned reading, because generative AI is having a big impact on reading as well. This graphic that I have here, the the upload link. This is from a platform that's in beta test, but I've seen similar things in a lot of platforms. I can't put their logo on here because I had to sign an NDA to test this. But we now see platforms, including Zoom, which we're using right now and is being recorded, that we can upload PDFs, import links, paste text, all these things into a file, and then start asking the AI to summarize, to look for common points, to do what we always called selective reading, right? When we were reading for our research, we'll go to the index, see if there's anything in there that we want. We don't read everything cover to cover. This expedites that, makes it much more efficient. I really wish I had this when I was writing a dissertation. Just the idea of having to write, summaries of hundreds of articles in order to get through take care of it in a second right here. But that brings up another kind of question, and this is really what I want to drive at for the rest of this talk, is part of what generative AI is doing is it's giving us pause to question our legacy educational epistemologies, that it's giving us pause at that moment to say, what are we doing as educators and how does this tool disrupt that? Because one of the things that I talk a lot about is that most of the conversations I see around Gen AI or AI in higher ed is, how can I use these tools to do the same things that I've always done, just better? When in fact, what we should be asking is, how do I use these new tools to do new things? How do I use these tools to think about a different kind of context, a different kind of writing, a different kind of what comes next for writing? Now, that's a tough conversation to have because as educators, I assume that everyone in this conversation today has some degree of investment in higher ed as a valuable process. And when a platform or a technology comes out that questions those legacy epistemologies, we're very uncomfortable with that because we have invested in what we see as the appropriate way to lead higher ed. Now, in a lot of ways, that's nostalgic, right? That it's this notion that, I learned a particular way. I turned out pretty awesome. If I teach my students the same way, the same content, they'll inevitably turn out pretty awesome as well. Problem is, those contexts have changed in terms of, well, what is awesome and what is it they need? It may not be that our students actually need to be writing essays about Moby Dick. However, these reading and writing platforms also give us the opportunity to rethink what is it that we actually focus on in teaching reading and writing, and do we need to focus on teaching those repetitive kinds of tasks that all writers engage in? So for instance, I'm always curious if we have the same conversation about a spell checker 10 years ago and saying our students shouldn't use spell checkers because they need to know how to spell before they can write effectively. And personally, I don't know about the rest of you, but I tend to get insulted when my students turn in papers where they haven't run it through a spell checker. So I've got to spend time focusing on that rather than higher level critical skills, problem solving skills. So a lot of this falls to what is it we believe in is the purpose of higher ed. So why are we integrating Gen AI into our curriculum? Why is it that we're having this conversation right now at Howard about bringing Gen AI into writing curriculum and into institutional curriculum? And I'm always curious, why are we having this conversation? And when I ask this question, the general response is something like, well, it's not going away. It's driving industry. Our students need to know how to do it because that's the way the world works now. But that to me seems like a weird kind of educational technological determinism that says we have to do this because it's here. And so I think that it gives us the opportunity to question our motives for bringing AI into the classroom. Now, clearly, I fall into that camp, the bell curve of evangelists at one end, resistors at the other, and most of us are somewhere in the middle. I tend to be more on that evangelist side. But I think it also gives us pause to ask questions about why are we doing this? Is it because we have decided that AI literacy is such an important part of what students do in their academic and post-academic lives? Is it that provides a different kind of hands-on learning? It's certainly changing assessment opportunities, particularly when we start to talk about authentic assessment, particularly when we start to talk about personalized assessment. Like I said, is this just an obligation that there's a technological determinism here? Is it an opportunity for experimentation? Does it change how we teach transferability? In our classes, are we just looking for a one-time experience? Or are we talking about this as a platforming approach across the entire curriculum? Does it add to scaffolding learning? And interestingly enough, a lot of the times, mostly what I hear about why do you use AI, either in higher ed or in industry, falls back to a notion of efficiency. And one of the things that I'm writing about right now is specifically, why did we make efficiency a value? In other words, we have now made efficiency a predominant objective of doing things in education, in industry, in our life. We want to be more efficient about it. In fact, the World Economic Forum has predicted that over the next 3-4 years, something like that, that global production efficiency is going to increase by 40%. Every time I see these statistics, I ask my dean or I ask whoever I'm giving talk, does that mean I get 40% of my time back? Do I get a 40% raise? But somehow efficiency is and of course they all say no, but being more efficient is now valuable. And it's become a core value in what we do in education. That leads us to have to ask about, what about faculty AI readiness? Every campus that I visit, the primary concern is, you all keep telling us we need to do these things, and you tell us about efficiency, and you tell us about productivity, but where's the faculty development? And we have got to come up with some much more robust kinds of faculty development, particularly when we start looking across the country at the 2-year vocational schools, at the 4-year liberal arts schools, where the time and the effort is assigned to classroom, not to faculty development. How do we account for faculty's previous experience with AI? Or even just having the conversation about, what is the perception of AI in education? What's the personal interest? What are the actual benefits versus the perceived benefits? What are we perceiving as the challenges here? Where do we get the resources for training and professional development? What's available, and what comes next? If we're doing this now, what happens next year? Particularly with that velocity that I talked about deployment. If we start to ask what comes next, imagine, you as a faculty member every year having to keep up with the next tool, the next thing that your institution is going to provide you and your students. And so faculty development becomes a very different kind of conversation in this environment. So when we start talking about higher ed, there are core things that we have to have that conversation about. The first being what I refer to as responsible use. I don't like using the term ethics here. And on lots of campuses, and I will tell you, UF has a massive AI initiative. We're rebranding as the AI University. We've hired over 300 faculty in AI over the last 4 or 5 years. One of our alums is the CEO of NVIDIA, who just donated the fastest academic supercomputer, gave us something like 20 million that we dumped another 50 on toward AI research. We have a QEP that puts AI in every curriculum across, and the only required course is the ethics course. The reason I like responsible use is twofold. The first is, every time somebody says we need to talk about AI ethics, my immediate question is, whose ethics? Because every time I hear ethics being deployed, I look at all the populations that those ethics don't fit, or that are used to exclude other voices in the overall conversation. So the concept of ethics to me is problematic. And here I want to talk about responsible use. We have to talk and think about preparation for students' future skills. I think that critical thinking skills, everybody's worried that because the machine is doing this, that students won't have critical thinking skills anymore. This is why we have to emphasize this in our pedagogies. I also think we have to look at comparing what AI technologies do to human production. This also generates conversations about new forms of collaboration, particularly in the human-machine collaboration. And we have to spend some time really talking about, what does this do to creativity and our very notion of creativity. Now, It's not on this slide, but I think the biggest question that this allows us to ask beyond that question of our educational epistemologies is, how do we think about the autonomous student subject? How are we thinking about a networked student versus an autonomous subject? This falls into those questions of authenticity, of student voice, of authentic assessment, and being able to say, maybe thinking of the individual student now isn't necessarily the way to think about what a student does in a particular learning environment. So what are those benefits for our students when we do this? Is it the hands-on experience? Is it the opportunity to get a different kind of feedback? Is it just the engagement? We hear a lot about workplace readiness now. I'm sure you all have seen throughout your careers those surveys, those comments about what are employers looking for in new college grads. And the number one listing always is good communication skills, particularly written communication skills. Interestingly, what we're seeing in a lot of surveys now is that the second highest anticipated or needed kind of workplace readiness skill is AI literacy, starting with data security, that employers want their new employees out of college to understand AI. So the workplace readiness thing becomes really interesting, particularly when we have to acknowledge that we have always in higher ed had some form of what we could call industry to curriculum, where industry informs what it is we're actually teaching. So we look at fields like engineering or pharmacy or med or law, where the credentialing work that we're doing in higher ed is to prepare those students for careers in those fields. So those curricula adjust as those disciplines criteria change as well. This is going to have a different kind of effect on that when we start seeing AI as being a predominant skill set that is workplace ready, particularly when we look at those institutions where student success and job placement drive a lot of their federal funding in terms of what kind of job placement are they getting provides federal money for those institutions. It also gives the opportunity for real world simulation and a different kind of motivation as well. So I want to talk about 7 provocations for those of us who work in writing. And I'll probably roll through these pretty quickly so that we can open up for conversation. So again, I'm provoking here. And the first thing is, before I get to the number one thing is those things that are evident. These to me are the things that we should be talking about in every breath about AI without having to be provoked. The first is bias. And we've seen a little bit about how that bias functions. The other is integrity. But I want to tell you, I don't like to talk about academic integrity because academic integrity, first of all, is generally talked about in terms of plagiarism, and it's generally talked about in a rhetoric of policing. How do I catch my students doing this? I am not here to police my students. I am here to encourage my students and to give opportunities for discovery and wonder. The other problem with integrity for me is if we only talk about academic integrity, we're only looking at a minor part of the concept. Whenever we talk about integrity in our classrooms, we need to talk about academic integrity, personal integrity, civic integrity, professional integrity, that all of these things have to be bound into the conversation about integrity. As I said, also, we need to be talking about authenticity and where the student voice comes in the conversation about AI and where and how we understand that concept. Privacy is going to become more and more of a big issue. A lot of times when I ask groups like this, how many of you have used ChatGPT in your classroom and asked your students to use ChatGPT as an experiment to get their hands dirty with it? A lot of hands go up, and I ask, what have you done about privacy? And they say, what are you talking about? And I say, well, the moment you require your students to use ChatGPT, you're requiring them to surrender their IP and their personal information to OpenAI. And if you read ChatGPT's privacy statement, they're upfront about this. And so when a faculty member says, oh, I just wanted them to play around with it, we're automatically asking your students to surrender aspects of privacy. And so I think we have to rethink that. This is also why those proprietary platforms and data sets become important because, say, for instance, Copilot right now is pushing out platforms that are designed, I forget what it's called. It's called Copilot Academic Enterprise, I think, that is designed for individual campuses, and their privacy statements are designed around student work. So unlike Turnitin or unlike ChatGPT, when a student is doing something, the student retains their information. It doesn't become part of the bigger LLM, and with ChatGPT, of course, that means the internet. As I said, access is crucial. We need to have more conversations about this, right down to the cost. On a lot of campuses, UF has a rule about cost per class for textbooks. We have to roll in AI platforms to this too. I've started thinking about assigning platforms in lieu of textbooks so that that's what my students are spending their money on, or subscriptions to proprietary LLMs. So let's talk real quick the 7 provocations about writing. One of the big concerns is that if students start using LLMs, that it's going to de-skill what they know as writers, that they're going to become reliant on AI to generate the text, and that's going to hinder their own writing skills. That students are going to miss out on the crucial learning processes that come with the struggle of turning out writing. And for me, this asks an interesting writing question: is, does this sentiment of de-skilling actually expose an opportunity for us to really ask, what is writing? Because each time we add a new tool, it changes what writing is. This is also the kind of question, theoretically, we can go back to, Walter Ong and the transition from oral literacy to written literacy to digital literacy. So does the idea of de-skilling and the inherent skills that we are supposed to be teaching, should we not just be asking about what do we mean by writing and what we're teaching here? This gives us, again, that opportunity, as I said, to talk about writing as a technology, to talk about the evolution of writing. Certainly what writing is today is not what writing was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, all the way back to the beginning of the technology. And again, that moment of what are our fundamental writing epistemologies? Is it the end of the writing process? So we know that AI can produce these texts quickly, but that lets students skip brainstorming, drafting, revising, editing, where we identify. And I don't want to take away from the last 80, 100 years of educational research that shows these things happening, that we're eliminating these stages where development actually occurs. Or are we bypassing them? Or are we not? Is this new form of writing changing the metacognitive skills that we're asking our students to develop? So we have to start asking those questions. And that lends to that question I mentioned before about process versus product. Are we now more interested in the end product than the revision process? I hear a lot about homogenization with LLMs, that if everybody's pulling from the same data set and that limits what information is available, that we're going to get a repetitive, generic, standardized kind of writing style, and that creativity is going to be stifled, that there's not going to be originality if everybody's pulling from the exact same place, and that individual voices won't emerge here. For me, what this ends up in one of my sort of basic mantras about AI, is to push the idea that we're not talking about automation, we're talking about augmentation, that we teach AI skills as something to augment our processes, not to automate and take away from them. I also keep coming back to this question: is writing just becoming information management? That Gen AI is going to shift the focus from being able to, write fluidly to finding information and conveying information, and that the creativity process is going to be pushed to the side on that. This is also why I continue to come back to this notion that everything here is so contextual. Even if you're teaching a first-year writing class and I'm teaching a first-year writing class, our AI uses are going to be very, very different. This is also why when I'm working with strategic committees or helping upper administration develop AI policies, I'm actually opposed to blanket policies for a whole institution. I think things need to be contextual, and I think that they need to be organic and nascent at all times. The only kind of broad policy that I really support is transparency and documentation, because I think that has to be at the center of our responsible use. But it doesn't mean that my use of AI is going to be the same as other writing teachers or other disciplines. Again, we come back now to that question of workplace readiness and AI readiness. Because of all these changes that are coming to what college writing emphasizes about AI collaboration, is, are we going to be seeing more and more of our writing really focused on preparing students for the workplace? This is also part of that. You all know this as comp people, as writing studies people, that now probably 12, 15-year-old conversation about why are we teaching the essay when the essay is not where students actually do their writing once they leave the institution, and how can we teach those transferable skills in other genres. So I think that these are the kinds of things we're going to have to push at. For me, this is one of the big questions, is the autonomous student subject. And this is a dangerous kind of conversation, because particularly where lots of different populations are now just gaining some semblance of agency in the world, for us to start having that question of, does AI even question the idea of an autonomous student subject? Now we've got to have that conversation. Is there such thing as individual authorship? AI makes us think about collaboration, about co-writing, about how knowledge is changing. And that falls back to, is it really the individual that's producing content? It also is opening up a conversation about labor. I mean, in our own jobs, AI is great for providing feedback. It's great for grading. It's really great for designing rubrics. I mean, there's a lot of things that AI does for our own labor. But once we start changing labor practices, we have a lot of different questions to ask. Um, as a quick labor example, I was giving a talk at a small 2-year rural school, and the majority of the faculty I was working with were in education. And when I showed them, I taught a class called digital literacy, and I taught the course before COVID. And so, in a lot of ways, COVID and then OpenAI's release changed what digital literacy is. And so I took my course description and I put it into a Gen AI, and I said, revise for a course after the release of OpenAI and after COVID. And it rewrote the description. I had to do a little bit of tweaking, but now my course description was up to date chronologically. But the thing that got their attention was, and you all have had this experience, in your syllabus at the end where you're writing the schedule, and you've got your Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or your Tuesday, Thursday, and this is the reading assignment. And then you teach the class a couple of semesters later, and so you've got to update that schedule. And you were teaching it in a spring semester, and now you're going to teach it in a fall semester, and the holidays are different. I took my schedule and put it into an AI and just prompted it, update for spring 2023. Bang, bang, bang. Holidays are marked. It readjusts for the new dates. And instead of taking, an hour to get everything to coordinate with the academic calendar, with it did it automatically. Those are the labor saving tools that we have to think about in terms of how does this benefit us and what are the drawbacks as well. So I'm going to stop here. Quick little personal promo here. Many of you have probably seen the free guide that I did talking about generative AI. We're in the process of revising and updating, and probably in January, this free resource will be updated and available to everybody. And the AI and writing textbook that I did is currently in revisions, and the second edition will be available for January 2026 moving forward. Thank you all very much for letting me ramble about this. If we have time for Q&A, I am more than willing to have discussion and respond to questions as best I can. I'm going to stop sharing screen so I can now see your faces, and we can continue the conversation. Thank you all so much.
Can everybody give Dr. Dobrin a round of applause? Just outstanding. Outstanding. Per Dr. Dobrin's request, he likes you to just unmute. So if you have questions, he doesn't like pre questions, if you will, for lack. I'm still high off of everything you told me, but just unmute if you have questions. Wow, Dr. Dobrin.
And if you're uncomfortable speaking amongst your community or with me, you feel free to put them in chat. Now I have chat open and can pay attention to it a little bit, and I won't type back, but I will speak back. So. And I'm going to take a sip or two while we settle in, because that did a number on the throat. It's funny. I give these talks. I'm sorry, Professor Robinson. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Sorry. So I'm big on getting students prepared for the world, and so in my 104 class, I focused on prompt engineering. And what are some of the other skills that, or did our industries saying what they want students to know from generative AI? Do you have that information?
I'm going to give you a roundabout answer because I think that your question is very important. And I can give you some specific skill sets for that, but I think you're actually pointing to a bigger question that we have to be asking. The first is, as writing teachers, we're all familiar with things like the rhetorical triangle. We're familiar with audience analysis and those kinds of things. That's very difficult when your audience is a bot. And so I think the first thing that it gives us pause to do is to have to now start thinking about, what does it mean to write for a non-human audience? What does it mean to write for an audience that's driven by a predetermined set of algorithms in terms of how it's going to look for information? Now, that to me becomes part of that larger employer AI literacy question, and that a prompt engineer, a prompt writer, a prompt whisperer, whatever we want to call it, has to have a more solid understanding of how the platform works in order to write for it. So for me, the starting point of your question is being able to get students to understand what is that bot audience that they're writing for. What does it do? How do you pay attention to that? A lot of that then is driven by what is the LLM that this bot has access to. Because if it only has access to that, constrained data set, there are certain words that you're going to put into a prompt that may not fall with within what it has access to. So I have been thinking a lot about exactly what you're asking about in terms of, how do we teach students to do this? What's the pragmatic? And I tend to fall back on my training in Rhet Comp and fall into that notion of, this rhetorical situation is going to require some rhetorical analysis that we have not yet developed firm skill sets. And so we're going to have to figure that out as we go along, right? Instead of asking, what's the demographic of this population? Do they have an education? Is it a layman? All those questions are out the door here. Now we have to ask a very different kind of series of questions of, what are we asking the bot? What is the bot? That to me is where that crossover between rhetoric and technology become important, because now we have to ask ourselves, how does this thing work? So that's where I would start with that. The next thing I would point to is, and I always tell my students that the phase of their writing process that they should spend the most time in is the revision process. That, drafting is one thing, editing is one, but revision is where the good writing really takes place. I think that both AI text generation and AI as a human machine collaborator in revision teaches us a lot about those processes, about our own writing. So the other thing that I teach is using a lot of the analytical tools that some of these platforms come with. That the tools themselves can provide information. What language, what words are getting repeated? Why aren't those words, more diverse in how they're expressing them? So I focus a lot on prompt engineering or prompt writing as an iterative reflexive process. When I was an undergrad, I majored in writing and I majored in graphic arts and painting, and I was terrible at graphic arts and painting because I wanted to be able to sit down and an hour later be done, and that's not how painting happens, right? I find that these tools give me pause to think about, what am I actually doing in that process, not the painting process, the writing process. So actually using the tool as a way to learn more about your own writing. Those are the things I've been focusing on. I will say, in the new textbook, when I get it, I'm hoping to have more about how do you do prompt engineering in a writing classroom, but I haven't thought it through into a pedagogy yet, to be 100% honest. Okay, I'm going to read Professor Green's chat message here. What are your thoughts on how, and I'm sorry, Professor Robbins, did I get it what you were trying to find out there?
That was more than I asked for. Thank you so much.
So Professor Green has asked, what are your thoughts on how the convergence of these technologies shift or challenge the value of multimodal composition? Should these compositions become more prominent ways of measuring critical thinking? Are these tasks the same as information management? Just wondering. So I got a bazillion thoughts on this. I'm gonna cheat the answer here a little bit and say that the first question is, what's the objective of the assignment in the curriculum? I think that when we talk about what our assignments do in a classroom, that our first question is, how does it serve what we as teachers are trying to do? How does it serve the curriculum? So that's usually where I'm going to start that conversation. I will be 100% honest with you. Not just these technologies over the last 2 years, but having spent a lot of time working with multimodal composition, having spent a lot of time with emerging technologies, whether that's augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, or even video production and audio production, I think that the multimodal is the route to go. I teach a lot of visual rhetoric, and a quick little anecdote about that. And I'm using this to get to your answer, Professor Green. About 12 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, I was at NCTE, and I never go to NCTE. And as we all know, NCTE covers K through 12, secondary, higher ed. So a lot of what goes on at NCTE isn't something that necessarily fits what I do. But I went and I was walking around the book exhibit, massive book exhibit, and there's the Scholastic booth, right? And all of a sudden, you get that giddy nostalgia. I'm going to go to the Scholastic booth and I'm going to get a Ferrari poster and some erasers, and it's going to be the coolest day in fourth grade ever. So I'm wandering around the Scholastic booth and I find these 3 books on visual rhetoric, and I'm stunned. And I asked the editor, who are these for? She said, that's fourth, fifth, and sixth grade education. I said, there is nothing this complex about visual communication and visual rhetoric being taught in first year writing, in college, anywhere. And I did the math. That means that in 6 to 10 years, every student who's been using these books is going to end up in my classroom, and they're going to have a better sense of visual rhetoric than anything we're doing in our curriculum. So I started integrating it. Same thing with AI right now. K through 12 is pushing AI education, making it's naturalizing. It's becoming the spoon that we're using. So part of what I keep thinking is, well, what are the communicative forms that our students need to know how to write? And right now, those are multimodal. Whether we want to snicker that it's a TikTok video or whether it's those are where the majority of their communication is taking place, professionally, personally, civically. And if we look at those kinds of things and we start to recognize, well, we also can look at the data that about 80% of our public communication these days is visual, not alphabetic textual. Now I rethink, what does it mean to write multimodal text? Because now I don't want my students necessarily to write an essay about Moby Dick. I want them to make a short documentary. I want them to make a video. Which is still going to include all those skill sets. They've got to do research. They've got to do scripting. They've got to do revision. They've got to learn, tech platforms. So that's how I've been thinking about multimodal is the primary umbrella term for what our students do communicatively. Does that get it? So y'all gotta notice that I get going, I'd be here for the next 4 hours just talking about this stuff. So I'm sorry, I see your hand up, but because
Dr. Pierce.
Dr. Pierce.
Hey, hi. Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much for your great presentation. I had 2 questions and one of them you sort of answered, but maybe I'll ask it anyway because it kind of relates to the other question that I was going to ask, and maybe it's a different way of getting at the question you were just answering. But I guess my first question was going to be kind of the converse of Dr. Green's question, which is like, do you think that the college essay or an essay as a kind of pedagogical tool is going to be increasingly less part of the kind of college curriculums in general, like a 4-year kind of liberal arts education across kind of disciplines, or within a first-year writing class? And you were just starting to answer that, I think, with talking about multimodal assignments. But then the other kind of question I have is like, do you see the actual sort of structure of the classroom changing as a result of some of these changes to the introduction of AI, like in terms of how a semester is sequenced, in terms of how many, how much time is spent in the classroom and what happens in the classroom versus what happens outside of the classroom, those types of things.
So I'm going to be snarky in responding at first and say, remember the thing I said about not making predictions? You're asking me to make predictions. But that said, I'm going to answer the first part of your question also kind of snarkily, and gosh, I hope so. But I don't think that transition away from the essay is going to be anything that happens rapidly. All of this stuff about AI and generative AI is cultural shift. And a lot of our early career faculty who are coming in with this as being part of the atmosphere are going to slowly start making these changes. I want to give you a quick anecdote and a side note to that, because I didn't say this in my talk, and I actually want to go back and say this is probably one of the most important things I feel like I can say. These are cultural shifts, right? And we do see with emerging technologies that early career faculty are more likely to adopt and integrate than our senior faculty. Years ago, I made a big mistake. I was giving a talk at a very large Midwestern university. It was their annual presidential talk, the big auditorium, the board of trustees, all their important people were there. And I was talking about the importance of emerging technologies and why we need to be attentive to them and designing our curriculum. And at the end of my talk during the Q&A, a faculty, an older woman raised her hand and she said, I have absolutely no intention of doing what you're talking about. I have been teaching here for almost 40 years. There's no way I'm going to start changing my curriculum. What do you want me to do? The mistake I made was I said, well, without any disrespect and not knowing you, I want you to retire. Which I have learned was the big mistake, right? But what I went on to explain is how these cultural changes occur. And we're already seeing it, not just at UF, but other places, that if you go to the places where students talk about faculty, about classes, they're starting to identify this faculty member doesn't want AI in the classroom. So if you want to learn this, this isn't the classroom. So the big point that I want to make, though, is the mistake that I made and what I've learned is we have to be very careful not to create a culture of obsolescence where we're ostracizing those faculty who don't want to engage with whatever the new technology is, be it Gen AI or AR, VR, it doesn't matter. Those faculty have been incredible for our students. They've built our programs, and what they continue to teach our students, what they continue to do in their research is incredibly valuable. We cannot create that culture of obsolescence. And in saying that, though, these are cultural shifts. They will occur over time. So that to me is sort of a commentary, not just on the essay, but on how are these changes, where are they going to progress, right? But going back to your question, yes, I really do hope that we are more innovative with what these technologies allow us to do, besides continuing to write the same genres that we've always been writing. What are new genres? How do we expand the genres? So while I'd like to say, yes, ban the essay, there's also something very valuable, as we all know, about teaching the essay, right? So I don't think it's necessarily going to be a switch where all of a sudden nobody's teaching the essay. But I think over time, culturally, curricula will start to integrate many other kinds of genres to where the essay is either not obsolete, but it doesn't fit the bill of what the curriculum's trying to accomplish. As to classrooms, as to space, this is not just only about AI. This and let's face it, COVID changed all of that for us. And I'm sure you've seen in the Chronicle and other, in Inside Higher Ed, this is one of the biggest conversations of what do we do with campus space now? I look around our campus where we don't have enough space. But then they start doing these monitoring systems. How many faculty are actually in their offices? How many are they doing. Yes, absolutely, Professor Green. That the essay will become something else. Absolutely. But that our campus is, space is expensive. We have more online students. What's the reason? I also didn't mention this today, but we have 17 libraries on our campus. Some of them are massive, and I don't know if any of you have read Rainbow's End, Werner Wenge, about what would happen if you start digitizing all the libraries. You actually have to keep the libraries. By the way, going back to that black box also, I didn't mention this. The other big access problem is digitization. We have to remember that the only thing that's in that LLM is stuff that's been digitized. And when we started digitizing stuff, for example, Google Books, those books aren't searchable because they're photographs of each page, so they're images rather than text. So those books will never be in an LLM, even though they're online, because you can't search them. So we're having debates about. We had a last winter over break. We had a water main break in the library. Nobody knew about it for 2 weeks and destroyed over 1 million volumes. And the debate is because nobody knows because nobody's there, right? My students regularly tell me if it's not online, it's not viable research. And I look at these 17 libraries going, that's a lot of knowledge that's no longer viable research. But when they flooded, the question was, do you replace the volumes? Do you use the space for something else? These are big questions. Do I think things are going to change? Absolutely. The problem with that change is when we built most of our spaces, we built them with design use architecture to be used in specific ways, and that a lot of our new ways of using that space doesn't fit. So like in our college, they wanted to create all these collaborative learning spaces without having to build a new there's no place to build them because everything's in classrooms. And so you don't have a big enough space to do that. But if you look at places like University of Utah that's just built that amazing collaborative workspace where it's a floor of dorms, a floor of basically makerspace, a floor of dorms, and then you're housed by discipline. So your 2-floor dorm section is you're living with people in your same field and you have resources, tools on the way. Those kinds of things are going to change, but our current architectures make that difficult. Sorry, I'm now going. You get me excited. I'm just going to keep talking about stuff. Other questions? Let's hear from you all rather than me rambling. Does that get it? What you were looking for?
Awesome. I think we have time, Dr. Dobrin, for one more question before we go into the next panel, but you are just phenomenal. And I know we're going to bring you back, and everybody's going to get your book. So be on the lookout for that, everybody. Do we have one final question? I see now. I don't know if our department chair, Dr. Boyce Davies, is in here, but I don't know if I know we have some technical issues, but Dr. Boyce Davies, if you'd like to say any remarks for Dr. Dobrin and or anyone else, please feel free to unmute. Oh yes, there she is. That's our department chair, Dr. Carol Boyce Davies, and Dr. Dobrin, our keynote. Yes, Dr. Boyce Davies. Oh, it's doing it again.
Not getting audio.
Yeah, we're not getting the audio, Dr. Boyce Davies. Where's McNeil with the laptop again? I do apologize. And Dr. Boyce Davies says something, which is so true. It is Halloween. It is, but nevertheless, the symposium is still going on. But I'm sure I will definitely make sure I connect the two of you.
Yes, please.
Because you both are phenomenal.
And Dr. Boyce Davies, I want to let you know that I'm stepping down as chair in August after 10 years. And so I empathize with anything and everything you're doing on a daily basis.
Wow. What will they do without you?
Probably much better things, I would assume.
All right. Well, thank you. Anyone else before we roll over to our next panel? Thank you so much, Dr. Dober. A round of applause.
Thank you, please. And please feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to continue the conversation. This is doing these talks and meeting faculty from around the country I find very invigorating, and I love to continue the conversation. So please feel free.
Absolutely. And I'll make sure I share, if I may, Dr. Dobrin, your contact information. And
Absolutely.
I'll be in contact with you after this, because we definitely have to make sure that we show our appreciation to you. So I'll make sure I share your information with colleagues, and I'll be in touch with you as well.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I hope you continue to have these conversations moving forward. And I will bow out. Well, thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. And of course, we're moving along, but if anybody needs to take any breaks in between, you all have been doing it. But we're going to move right along. Wow, that's a lot to take. Yeah. Welcome to the next panel, 1.5 pedagogical and ethical considerations. Uh-oh, after that keynote, we may want to omit ethical of AI usage in the classrooms. So we'll be hearing first from Dr. Sean Pierce, followed by Dr. Adrian Carthon, and then last but certainly not least, Dr. Bruce Miller, and we'll get some Q&A in there. Please take your time. Dr. Green and I'm sure Dr. Green doesn't mind either if we move over our time for this final panel. Please, Dr. Pierce.
Hi, everyone. I actually, my class starts in 10 minutes, so I'm just going to give a very short sort of version of what I was going to say. And I'm so sorry that I have to leave, but it's been a pleasure to be here for what I've seen so far. What I'm interested in with the paper that that I wrote for this had to do with essentially the process that companies like OpenAI or Google, companies that are developing chatbots, the process that we've been seeing in terms of how they decide when to intervene and change the way that the LLMs function to try to eliminate forms of kind of bias. And when and basically what the limits to that are, and how we're seeing that as a kind of ongoing historical process between the desire for these companies to get their products out as quickly as they can, and then the certain forms of critique that they're facing from, users, maybe principally, and then journalists secondarily, and then scholars as well, though I don't really know how much these companies are really paying attention to scholars, maybe a little bit sometimes. But I'll start about halfway down the paper. I saw an article that was published in Nature this summer, where they found that newer versions of the LLM chatbots like ChatGPT-4 had been successfully updated to remove some of the examples of, for example, overt, racial bias that we'd seen in like earlier versions of the model. But what the authors found is when they tested adjectives associated with language use with African American English, they found that the models had even more negative correlations with those sort of covert forms of identity than they did previously. And the researchers found that some of those problems are only actually deepened when you use larger and larger training data sets. So it's not just a question of giving it more things to read necessarily. But what I found was when I tried to reproduce some of these results, when I took some of they in the article cited little sort of excerpts of AAE, I put them into ChatGPT and I was given totally different results than what the researchers found. And so the question I was asking is like, what am I seeing exactly when I notice that change? Are the answers I'm getting from ChatGPT and evidence that OpenAI are reading scholarly articles published in Nature and thinking about how to respond to them, hard coding responses so that the results can't be reproduced? Or are they actually revising these models continuously to try to eliminate kind of more covert examples of bias? But the larger question that I'm interested in here is actually kind of less specifically an answer to that question, and more broadly that we just kind of don't know how these companies are making these types of decisions because they're private companies, and this is kind of considered, sort of corporate secrets or whatever. And I found an interview this summer where Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, talked about this. And this is just a quote from him. He says, "How do we decide what values a system should have? How do we decide what a system should do? How does society define boundaries versus trusting the users with these tools?" And I guess my response to that is those are exactly the types of questions that people should be asking Sam Altman, and that we should be seeing kind of the people who are running these companies and producing LLMs need to speak to. And my suspicion is that there really is no coherent social vision that's really guiding these companies. They're basically just trying to get these tools to market as quickly as possible, but that we're seeing the kind of de facto development of a kind of social vision in between the companies trying to produce these tools as quickly as possible, and then people finding things that they don't like, and then the companies reactively kind of changing them so that users actually trust them. Because I think a fundamental part of a fundamental thing these companies want to do is make people think that they can trust a chatbot, that they can trust ChatGPT, and that ChatGPT is not just going to give them, toxic nonsense. So I guess, yeah, the long story short, but what my paper is suggesting is that, like, in the classroom, it's useful to kind of try to do exercises where you are asking students to test the boundaries of what a chatbot is going to give back. And I use an example that there's an educator who put in excerpts from a Toni Morrison story and excerpts from a Jorge Luis Borges story where the characters' race and ethnic background was intentionally left kind of opaque. That was part of what these authors were sort of dealing with, they were kind of passing narratives where it was unclear exactly what the racial or ethnic background of the characters were. And this educator worked with his students to put those excerpts into ChatGPT and then ask ChatGPT, who is this person? How do we know who they are? So I'm saying those types of exercises where you're having students kind of test the limits of what, ChatGPT will spit back in terms of it's grappling with kind of like cultural stereotypes or racial stereotypes are valuable, but that it's really important to do that while also paying attention to the work, like the article published in Nature this summer by computational linguists who are running tests on these LLMs that allow us to understand how the system functions overall, right? Like, because these are such big, it's basically just, I think it's really hard to know as a single user what the output of a ChatGPT or an LLM actually is, because we're talking about millions of users, I forget how many Professor Dalburn was just saying, but we're talking about a lot of people who are using these things, and they're all getting different results out of it. And so, yeah, it's really important to kind of work with it in the classroom to kind of test those limits at the same time as we pay attention to the work that computational linguists are doing to say how they're functioning on kind of a grander scale. And also while realizing that these chatbots are constantly changing. And that this is something that companies, I think, are really concerned with and putting a lot of resources and energy in terms of updating and modifying and changing the program so that people do trust the output that they have. And so, yeah, having students kind of understand that as a historical process. I'm so sorry I have to run and that I was so, brief with my remarks, but thank you all for organizing this. I've learned a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pierce. And if you have any questions for Dr. Pierce, please feel free to put it in the chat and we can forward it to him. Or if you have room for one question, you can quickly unmute perhaps to ask him a question. I think your presentation was outstanding, even though you had to minimize it for time, Dr. Pierce. I am especially very interested, especially when AAVE and AI. It's yes, there's so much to be um, discussed even more about that, and what is projecting, because students did an experiment with AAVE and AI, and it was just negative. It was so racist that it was horrible. And unless we keep reporting it, like you said, because they want to build our trust, but if we don't say anything, then it's just out there, and now it's injected into our imaginary. And that's the scary part about it too.
Absolutely. Yeah, lots of work to be done there. Thank you all. See you all soon.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. All right. Next we have up, and thank you so much. Next we have up, sorry about that. Just lost my screen. Okay. Yes. So next we have up Dr. Adrian Cartha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hanging in here with us. Everything has been so good so far, and I will very briefly give you an overview of my essay. It's a work in progress that will be coming out hopefully in the spring. So it's a discussion of the high stakes the uses of AI at HBCUs. And so it's an outgrowth of what the task force was initially commissioned to do. And so it's shifted to where I begin with a discussion of how we've come together and how our work has changed over time. Because where we started at the beginning of the semester last year, we've come so far from that place, even in terms of our thinking and how we've developed our ideas about this issue. And so a lot of this is like preaching to the choir. So I'll skip some of what has already been said, especially earlier on in the conference today. But I want to shift a focus to talking about how this creates an opportunity for our English department. And I noted like several problems. First, we had to identify the problem and how can we position our students to solve it. Well, one of those problems, excuse me, is the inequitable space created within AI because of its lack of ability to handle language as it relates to diverse populations. And so one of the questions that I grappled with that kind of centered this for me, and I started looking at historical research about different innovative ages, like the Industrial Revolution and different points in history that follow that from 1765 to 1870. And then you have the shift to electronics and nuclear energy. And then in the millennium, the new millennium, the shift to the internet, the age of the internet. And here we are now, the age of AI. And things that have happened historically in terms of our population in ways that we've become invisible historically with each one of these shifts. And we talk about the widening technology gap. And while we are optimistic to embrace the technology and take it and run, we have to also think about those that we will leave behind. And so what opportunity is presented to us now to help close that gap? And in some of my reading, I was happy to see that some of the conversations in conscientious tech circles has to do with how AI presents an opportunity to close that gap. And it also allows for HBCUs in particular to embrace a new mission that will allow us to stop feeding into a permanent consumer culture and teach our students to become thought leaders. And that would require us to have a marriage between STEM and the humanities. I found that in more than one of my sources. And so I think in particular for an institution like Howard, I was glad to hear early on about what's happening across the university, but the unique opportunity is that every person involved in STEM who's going to learn how to feed the machine needs to have a class where they learn, or classes. It needs to almost be like a like a minor at least, within the English department to learn the language so that we can feed the machines for ourselves, but not in a way that will not directly impact our community. So the opportunity to shift the culture in the ways that we do with everything else, the opportunities are there for us to create our own LLMs. Think of how that would revolutionize the whole tech game to have an LLM that catered to people of diverse populations and diverse languages. And I don't mean just like diverse Spanish or French. I mean diverse versions of American English if we had an LM that did that and we position our students to be at the forefront of that, it requires us to teach more and not less. Because if they are going to be the ones who are programming, they have to know the language with which to program. And it also comes with the social responsibility of being able to reach those who are in the community and pull them along. So I also ground this starting with what Houston Baker calls the economics of slavery. I'm very careful to use a lot of literary references to show how this marriage between STEM and humanities is purposeful, intentional, and necessary. And so my metaphor for our relationship to AI comes from the from the title of a collection of poems by Jessica Care Moore, "The Words Don't Fit in My Mouth." And that is the relationship between AAVE and the LLM that exists right now. And so our purpose becomes helping to train a new generation of STEM students who will be well versed in the humanities and grounded enough to become leaders to ensure that we are producers as opposed to consumers. Because I was grappling with this question of how can I train students to use a tool that denies existence, to feed the tool that will not profit them or their community. And so the ways that we can counteract that is, we have a position to be at the vanguard of changing things through our institution and therefore changing things in our community at large. And so that's the crux of what I'm doing with this essay. And hopefully when it's out, I'll be able to share it. So thank you.
Excellent, excellent. I think we're going to keep this pattern going. Excellent presentation, Dr. Carthon. For this panel, we're going to have Q&A right after each presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Carthon's presentation and her working paper? Any questions about that? You can unmute because I can't see the comments or in the chat. I love that idea, though, Dr. Carthon, about creating our own LLMs and thinking along those lines so that we can, like you said, we don't have to be the consumers and just being proactive about it. No one else is doing something like that. I mean, that, like you said, that would be a serious game changer, especially in regards to language and taking a deeper critical technical dive with that, and then even branching off even more when we start getting into our literary texts, in regards to that. Like the keynote speaker was saying, if you students type in about Moby Dick, you're going to get it through this. And now he was saying how a lot of the Harvards and so forth out there, they're already on top of it and already starting to form these LLMs. Howard being number one, the premier, it's our time. You are on point with that, Dr. Carthon. I feel it on so many levels. But what would that look like, Dr. Carthon? And I like that, starting with the language and then broadening it. What would that look like for like African American literature or American literature or Caribbean literature? What is British literature? What does that look like? Humanities. I know over at Morgan, I love their huge humanities anthology because they had it curtailed, if you will, through an Africana gaze. What would be your response to that if we were to move towards that and expand it even into the literatures, Dr. Carthon?
Dr. Durbin said if we digitize the library, we still need the library. We would still need the library, but to have an LLM that was constructed by people who drive the culture and the language that we use in everyday life, whether it's different forms of Caribbean English, AAVE, Spanglish, to be able to build a repository of those languages that would be ever evolving, but it has to be done by people from those communities, and to also be able to incorporate a knowledge of like our foundational texts. It will be able to understand when you put in a question about Toni Morrison, what that means, as opposed to getting garbage out when you do that. Or you talk about Maya Angelou and you get something that is so random, it's chopped together when it comes back out. But to be able to have the programming done by our own community that would incorporate Caribbean literature, African American literature. I mean, our university has the capacity to do that. We have the knowledge base to do that. We have the Moreland Spingarn Center to do that. You know, there are centuries of information right on the campus. So the capacity exists to do it. It's just having the forethought to do that so that when you want to use an LLM and you are dealing with a topic related to anything that has to do with our culture, whether it's African literature, Caribbean, or African American, you have to come to the LLM that's produced by Howard. So you corner the market on what is yours.
I love that. I love that. One of my favorite African proverbs, if the lion doesn't tell a story, the hunter will. It speaks to that. Excellent. All right. Round of applause. Thank you. Next, last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Bruce Miller. Thank you again so much for staying with us the whole time, so many of you. But I'd like to now present Dr. Bruce Miller.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. I've learned so much today, and there's been so much said that I almost think that why am I last? But I want to share my screen if I'm not sure if it's sharing. Is it? Let's see. Here we go. Okay. So I thought about this title before I really had considered what I wanted to say, but I know that this is kind of, as someone who reads student work and who has always loved to read and love different voices, I think my just immediate issue with ChatGPT is that it produces writing that I personally don't want to read. And on top of that, I think it, can in fact get in the way of people trying to develop their own critical thinking skills. And so, that's kind of how this topic came about, or how that title came about. And here I've got a quote from, excuse me, as I roll back up to the top of my own document. Director of Innovative Learning Futures in Arizona State, Professor Punya Mishra, claims in a recent article, Building Character When AI Plays Us, that these AI systems are already adept at creating synthetic relationships that feel real but are fundamentally one-sided. These systems have no knowledge of truth. They are at heart bullshit artists, but they can produce content that seems persuasive while lacking genuine understanding. While Misra's article addresses specifically AI's ability to engineer artificial personalities, he also refers to building character. I'd argue that part of building genuine character is through genuine engagement, genuine stumbles, genuine revision, and yes, obviously genuine understanding of source material that only comes with engagement when attempting to build character through writing. And writing often entails writing about the work of others, whether that's Octavia Butler, Eliana Rogers, Audre Lorde, or Tierra Whack. Mishra's quote gets to the heart of what I see as truly problematic when it comes to LLMs such as ChatGPT in the first year writing classroom. Students who may already be reluctant to engage are presented with a tool that allows for absolute disengagement with the material. For young students, this can affect character building and rob them of the opportunity to see a genuine connection, between the patrollers in Kindred and the subversion of the modern police force in an early scene in Colin Tilley's video, Kendrick Lamar's All Right. And there's a photo still of what I'm talking about right there. And I'll talk about these photos a little bit more in just a second. Anyway, or perhaps to truly understand how both Amy Sherrard's portrait of Breonna Taylor and Ross Gay's poem in the most recent edition of Howard's own The Amistad show art being used to give dignity, respect, and grandiosity to lives erased by the police, or how all of that might connect back to that Kendrick video or Butler. I don't want them to fish for ways around making true connections. But as a teacher in the world of AI, there's only so much control I can have. So I try to turn some of these things into something collaborative. In other words, what I mean is, like, I might get them to look at this picture on the left and just write what they're seeing. A lot of them are going to know where I got this, but they might not. And then then when we figure out where this came from, we start kind of making the argument that the picture seems to be trying to make. We do the same thing with the portrait of Breonna Taylor, and we consider not only who's being painted here, but who did the painting, the same woman who made the portrait of Michelle Obama, and the fact that this is in the Smithsonian. And then I say, okay, since we've gone that far with it, and since there's a police connection here, how does that connect to Kindred and patrollers and all, and all of a sudden these wheels start turning and they're like, oh, this is something. And then I say, now we're going to write about this stuff. And so we're using the discussion thread, we're swapping stuff back and forth. And so we're all coming up with these ways of describing these photos together that we can just take from each other. And so that's one thing that we do. What I do try to do is encourage their voices, which sounds generic in and of itself unless there's action. I've used some of Crystal Wilkinson's ideas for free writes found in her essay, Asking Questions and Excavating Memory. She gives a short list of situations for them to imagine themselves in, or perhaps that have actually happened to them. The first thing I have them read is have them read Damon Young's Washington Post article, A Letter to That Man Who Emailed Me to Correct My Grammar. In it, Young not only explains with mischief, humor, and righteous indignation how wrong his critic was to get hung up on the grammar, he also turns his clap back into a lesson about word choices and sentence phrasing, emphasizing guardrails over rules. Ultimately, he claims he is better at what he does than his critic is at anything that critic might do. And here's a quote from that. And I mean, this is beautiful. These are fragments. There's repetitive rhythm in this. And then he even breaks down why I say ain't. You would know that sometimes ain't just fits in a way that isn't or is not, does not. It's really nice stuff. And so for them to see this stuff, especially on their first day and especially at Howard, I feel like it's my way of inviting them into this. It's like, there is plenty here that you can do. You were being encouraged, you were being celebrated. We read Young alongside Dr. Daniel Omatosho Black's essay, Rhythm in Writing, which demonstrates why authentic Black voices are so much stronger than the generic, assumed way some writing instruction is handled. Yet his points transcend race to show strong original writing voices, including his own. Young and Black make part of the foundation I hope students will come back to, and generative AI can't hold a candle to either of them. In fact, it can't hold a candle to an 18-year-old here at Howard who was struggling to write her own first draft. And I'll give a quick example of kind of the left and the right. On the left is a really raw, early attempt at an essay that's connecting aspects of Kindred and Audre Lorde and a number of other things that the students are choosing. I mean, in that first sentence, to me, existing as a woman is to see things get taken from you like the Grinch stole your Christmas. I would never, ever want that not to be part of writing. Or even the second one, the sorrows and prayers for women. What this student has yet to do, at least at the stage this was written, was take that and marry it to whatever rhetoric that's gonna, make that convincing argument that she's trying to make. And I've always had my ears go up for writing like this. It hasn't just been since chat came about. On the right, I've got some chat GPT, kind of a part of a conclusion about Kai Miller. And, it's fine. It's important to note Kai Miller is just one of the many voices in ongoing conversation about LGBTQ life, blah, 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 and it goes. You can read it. But as I'm reading this, as someone who's critiquing work, I'm looking at that first sentence and I'm thinking, that's that generative language, that phrase, it's important to note. If it weren't important, you wouldn't write it, and it wouldn't be in your essay. You don't need to tell us this. So I'm okay with my students writing this stuff, but I definitely want to have conversations with them around, let's come up with something better for the next draft. And then if I ask them if they were to turn this into me and they hadn't written it, I'd say, so what has the progress been? What is the broader dialogue? And I think that's where things get confusing for them. I think they have a hard time with that. And I know because I've asked them. But when I see a writer with a strong voice, I encourage them to find a way to keep it, all the while using whatever support necessary to marry that voice to rhetoric. And when that happens, I might get passages like the following. And this is from my 103 class, I guess in the spring of 2023. And it's a music themed class. And, I won't read this to you, but I think it might be kind of fun to take a look at it for just a moment. I especially appreciate Unified Through Music. You may not know them, but you feel, hear, and can't help but love them. Looking at these people that are around and this experience that everybody's sharing at this festival. So, it's just beautiful. I occasionally have students log into their favorite AI site and plug in prompts or questions from prompts after they have already familiarized themselves with the material. We place the AI generated writing on a Canvas discussion thread and get busy commenting on the good, the bad, and the ugly of the results. And I usually try to get them, I want them to not only attack it, I want them to compliment it if they can. In this one class, and this was in a 103 class last semester, we had written using Dorian St. Felix and Daniel Smith, both of whom are African-American women who write about music. And we wrote about some musicians to go along with it. And we were making all of these connections around how these people are all sort of challenging notions about who gets pigeonholed into what genre and what belongs to whom. And so, there's the AI response about the musician Sudan Archives. And on the other side, I've got students who have all written about her, listened to her, watched her videos, going, well, it doesn't really describe her in any way that could help anyone. There doesn't seem to be anything overtly Sudanese about her music, whatever that even means. And one person, whether or not she rose to prominence, quote unquote, after that first release is definitely debatable. And I would agree with that. So, there's a bunch more where that came from. And I think that echoes something Dr. Akase said at the top of this symposium about handing things to your students and watching them go, well, this isn't that good. It's the same thing that Professor Mokler had said when she was having them kind of do different things with AI around developing things in a technical writing class. It echoes what Professor Travis Sharp was saying around kind of this observation that students make, that they realize that they can do better than this, that there's something missing here and that they want to do better than this. So I'm aware that AI is a tool, and I've shown my students solid outlines for prompts that it's produced. We've used it as a thesaurus. We've dug around in it for credible sources, although I want them to double check that. We've quoted from it, and I've even examined how it might suggest structuring a paragraph. The tool itself can be incredible, and I'd be an idiot to either ignore it or try to police its use. But right now, when they are on the precipice of developing critical thinking skills, tapping into art or music or literature, feeding content into AI instead of at least trying to understand the content on their own or with the help of guided discussion in a classroom feels cheap. All ethics aside, they are not only being robbed of a chance to interpret the work themselves, but they may also end up with work that is either off topic or factually questionable. And instead of communicating with them about their draft work, their strategies, or even their understanding of material, I'm reduced to having to discuss what they mean by how something can be an intricate tapestry. Like, what does that mean? That's a ChatGPT fave. So at heart, I want them to realize that their reading audience is larger than me, larger than their peers, larger than whatever committee might be judging it. I want them to recognize their own authentic efforts might teach them something about themselves. Anyway, thanks so much.
Outstanding. Can we get a round of applause to Dr. Miller? I love it. I love it. Questions for Dr. Miller? And just unmute. Dr. Miller, I loved your presentation also. It just reminded me, one of the students, when we were doing that experiment, and we've been ongoing with it even this semester. ChatGPT, butchered a quote from Octavia Butler, butchered it. And so I told this, and the student pointed it out, and I said, so call ChatGPT out on it. Go ahead and, as you say, clap back. So the student clapped back to ChatGPT and said, this is wrong, right? And guess what ChatGPT said? Yes, it's incorrect. I only used it as a placeholder, as an example. So
Placeholder is the right word.
Exactly. Okay, I need you to get this correct and show me the right, like what you're saying, and Dr. Dobin was saying too. You can actually, shape it eventually to think like you. And so the student actually said, "I need for you to be accurate and only give me accurate, tested, liable, credible sources." And then ChatGPT said, "Okay, I'll revise." Unbelievable. What are your thoughts about that? And what do you do when that happens, Dr. Miller?
I mean, they've seen it. You've just said it as much. Like, I had them use a source about a musician named Jake Blunt. He's an African American musician. He's also a scholar. So as a source, he's both popular and scholarly. Like he wears a lot of hats. And I've got a video of him giving a talk at Marymount University that no one has, except a couple of us. And I have that because my partner teaches ed tech at Marymount, and of course could answer Corey Lamont's questions about AI around graduate students. I'm going to email him later today and say, hey, get in touch with Dr. Liz Langren about this. But yeah, so Jake Blunt comes up in a chat GPT, just generic nonsense talking about him growing up in Appalachia. He's from DC. I mean, yeah, we got some hills here, but I wouldn't call this Appalachia. And on top of that, it called him white. It actually went out of its way to say a white musician. And it's just like, why are you even bringing up race? And then, of course, getting it wrong. But then I'm asking a question of something that isn't a person. So it's silly for me to even wonder these things. But yeah. So what do I do with that? I try to get them to recognize that I already know better than this. Just like Damon Young says, I'm better at you than anything you do, because there was a racial component to his email critic as well in that article. And I want them to see they can use this tool, but the minute it starts telling the story for them, if they really know what they're talking about, and hopefully they will, not all of them will, they'll start recognizing pretty quickly there's something wrong with it. Like it sounds good for a minute, and then it's like, huh. So, and it's a work in progress. I mean, you know, it's something that I'm not trying to police it or outlaw it. I just want them to recognize the places where they most certainly do better than it can.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I have a buddy that's an attorney that graduated from Howard University's law, and we were at a pre-Halloween party last weekend. And he told me actually that one of his colleagues in another state, who also is an attorney, used AI chat GPT for some type of report that they had to give to the judge. Chat GPT messed the lawyer up. So the judge said, oh no, this is totally unacceptable. So he can't practice law now. Took it away. That's how serious it can be. And I think it's up to us. That's why I'm glad we're having these discussions at the symposium, that, and you all's panel, because we need to keep it all the way transparent with the students and the repercussions, if they're not savvy enough to take a deeper dive into fact check the information, because ChatGPT is getting the information from the internet. And a 6-year-old, I mean, you have some brilliant 6-year-olds, but 6-year-olds have blogs out there, so you never know. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? You can just unmute if you like. What an incredible panel. Okay. Well, it looks like we're out of time. I don't see Dr. Grant. I think he popped out. So I'll just end with this. I thank all of you for the symposium today. Incredible. There is a survey link on the back of the program booklet. Please, we need your comments, suggestions, recommendations. What we'd like to see something like this in the near future. Should it be in person next time or continue to be virtual? But nevertheless, as we come to the close of our inaugural AI Symposium, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to each of our speakers, panelists, administrators that have supported us, from the provost to the dean to our department chair and beyond, and our attendees. Thank you. The perspectives shared today reflect the strength and diversity of ideas within our Howard community and beyond. It is indeed clear that the conversations we started here will not end with the symposium. The AI task force, the heavy lifting. I mean, heavy lifting. Without you, this would not have been possible today. So today has deepened our commitment because of the task force and all of us in here today, regarding our commitment to a future where AI advances human potential without compromising the ethical principles. And how can we tell our own narrative, our own stories, off of today's panel presentation? So the purpose of this gathering, again, was to initiate connections and conversations and best practices that will propel Howard forward as a thought leader in AI, not only as a field of study, but as a force for positive change at Howard University, for our students, for our faculty, and beyond. So our next steps are to take what we've discussed today and transform it into actionable research, curriculum innovations, and ethical frameworks that support our students, faculty, and staff, and the wider community. Together, why don't we continue to lead, inspire, and build a more equitable and responsible approach to AI in education? I thank you all again, and special thanks again to Ms. Douglas and Ms. McNeil, and all our awesome administrative assistants as well that helped with this. Thank you all for being here today, and we look forward to the future that we will create together. Thank you. Bye-bye. And this recording will be up on the YouTube station as soon as it gets edited and revised. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.